unmute. Unmute. Lovely. Hey everybody, how you doing? It's been a while. I
Yeah.
know we plugged the hole for a couple of weeks with the peasant game, which was a good bit of fun. Um, One person almost died. I didn't kill more players. I am, but now we're back to the main narrative, back to Simple Path. Also, Grim, thank you very much for the self-care. It's good to have you. So, last we left off, the party had a grand old time in a rather explosive situation in a warehouse that they were tasked to go retrieve some fish from. Turns out, it was not just shooting fish in a barrel. The warehouse, as it turns out, was coincidentally being secretly raided by some sort of assumedly criminal organization with apparently some ties to the Eridine Inquisition. During the fight, there was much chaos, much fire, much injury, and even Vair ended up getting knocked unconscious. And when he was slowly dying, Arya, in a fit of rage, grabbed the anti-paladin from the opposition, dragged him over, and coerced him into potentially healing Vair, not knowing that anti-paladins do not heal. They harm. After which, Vair was pumped full with negative energy, and then woke up to find that he was blind for a time. Oh, so yes, Grim, we don't we haven't got power words integrated quite yet. Give me a while to contemplate that over. So this is recording properly. Okay. Just to make sure everybody's being captured correctly, can somebody speak up?
Hello.
Okay, there we go.
Hello.
Wonderful. Hey, everybody. Welcome. It's good to have everybody here again. Such a full roster of characters. Oh, it's so nice to see.
The gang is back in town.
So is this a bad time to say I yes? Anyways.
Do not tempt fate. I was already panicking when it turned out Frey's mic was consumed by dog. Yes. Yes.
Can't believe that shit.
But yes, every time it seems like fate is somehow conspiring against us.
Oh yeah.
I will not let the curse dominate. So, to move things along, you guys managed to get the fish now a bit smokier, but no less edible. In fact, they may actually last longer as a result of this. Loaded up onto your big ass cart, and I believe Mallory, welcome back. Mallory was just returning, I think, from assisting in the capture of the fleeing cart.
Yes.
You managed to corner the cart in a back alley, but when the cart stopped, there was noticeably less people on it than you remember originally finding atop it. Somewhere in the chaos, some of the people managed to slip away. All that was left was the horses, the driver, and one particularly angry gnome. The guards have since bundled the gnome and the driver up and brought them off for questioning. The horses, they're not exactly sure what to do with that. They'll probably be impounded and put towards the kingdom's service or put on auction. So the question becomes, after the break in the chaos and the fires on the warehouse have been put out, Mallory rejoins the group, and you now have a cart full of fish. And now leave the next actions to you all.
Hooray! Fish.
Fish.
I think Sirius is just gonna check over everyone, make sure everyone is okay, including Shizuka, although she's of a nature that Zirin is not entirely familiar with in terms of medical help.
If you were to, yeah, I think I'm just gonna say this like without asking for perception. If you were to look Shizuka up and down wherever her armor was broken through and she took damage, there's not a trace left. She is fine.
All the
Okay.
previous traces of injury, including what you inadvertently caused when you attempted to heal her and the others, has since disappeared. No traces of that ghostly fire.
Well, looking over my sheet, and I don't know if you guys can hear toys in the background or not, but if this is accurate and I didn't just forget to take it off or mark down the actual amount, I have 2 channel energies left. So I don't know if the party's looking haggard still, but if people need healing, she would do 1 or 2 more of those to get everyone up before going over to Vair and like grabbing his head, putting her hands on either side of his head and checking his eyes.
A few minutes have passed. What previously looked like milky cataracts formed over his eyeballs begin to slowly fade, to reveal once more the amethyst-stained, almost topaz irises, sclera that's around the slitted pupil in his eye. It seems like the curse of blindness does eventually fade, but it takes a while. It looks like it's beginning to abate.
Okay. All right. That's bad, but thankfully it looks like it's fading slowly but surely.
Seems to you as though the anti-paladin's ability was nasty, but not particularly long-lived.
Okay, good.
You are familiar with the idea that to inflict permanent blindness would take considerably more magic than most people have access to.
Okay, good to know.
Actually, DM. Quick question. Check your DMs real quick. I'm just.
Yeah, no, my point still stands.
Okay.
More magic than most people have access to. Also, that was a cruelty threaded into Touch of Corruption, I believe it's called. It wasn't a proper spell.
Okay.
It was a paladin power. Anti-paladin.
Yeah. I think Siren, after checking Vair's eyes, is gonna look up the card and go, you know, I was right there. I could have healed him. I think we need to work on your anger issues. If it's keeping you from thinking clearly.
Later. For now, I'm gonna rip him jaw to ass.
If we find him.
Would you mind doing that in a separate room?
I believe the dwarf has probably been taken away by the god.
Yeah, he was taken away by now. Yeah.
Interrogate?
I mean, fucking Shizuka Shizuka has first busied herself with giving directions to the guards. I vividly remember that Shizuka specifically sent a runner to the castle.
Yep.
To cryptically inform the king of what happened. And pretty much after barking orders around, she rejoins the group at that point. And with Garia saying that she's gonna rip the dwarf a new one, she points out, at the very least, give us the chance to interrogate him before you murder him.
That's fine. We need information. I'm not stopping at one dwarf.
As much as I feel beat to shit, yeah, let's focus on the interrogation first.
Speaking of interrogation, if I may be so bold as to inquire, the man, the monk, he quite clearly knew you. Is that something important I should be aware of while you're in a kingdom under my protection, or?
Me?
Is that I would like to know if that is a reoccurring problem that I'll have to deal with.
Well, unfortunately, it seems to be that way.
Let me get to my second question then. Do any of you know at all as to why it was the Inquisition of the Papacy, right?
No.
If I remember correctly?
Very specifically not. It was the Aerodine Inquisition.
Aerodine.
You know for a damn fact, working directly for King Guillermo, you know for a damn fact that the Papal Inquisition is far more subtle than the Aerodine Inquisition.
Got it.
Yeah, the Aerodine Inquisition has the reputation for fire, retribution, and kicking down doors. Papal Inquisition inquisits. Inquires.
Got it. What was I gonna say? Yeah. Are any of you aware as to why the Inquisition would be here?
Varg in the corner of the room as always, just kind of glances towards Karia and Vayu.
What?
I suppose I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that they would be after the deep.
Another thing you
very well.
Another thing you would know from your station, here in the kingdom, is you're generally expected to keep abreast of the various factions nearby and abroad, and their power players. The Aerodine Inquisition, especially being a neighbor, Aerodine in general has very little tolerance for anything it sees as dark, heretical, or corruptive. The deep is absolutely falls underneath that. And
all of that.
It's all of the above, basically. Yeah.
And if there's
all of the above.
Any one thing that the Aerodine Inquisition would be praised for potentially, it's that they are one of the most effective combatants against the deep. Specifically because their employment of holy and their employment of divine magic, lots and lots of fire.
They're very much 40k Inquisition, I see.
Both have heavy inspiration. Go figure from the actual Catholic Inquisition.
The Spanish Inquisition specifically, which was very nasty at its time.
Yes.
Okay. Well, did you have any run-ins with the Aerodine Inquisition before?
Well, up until this point, I don't believe so. I would say that, but unless the monk was most recently, added to their ranks, we've killed him once before.
Attempted.
Very well. I suppose that's no, it's fine. It's just something I'll have to report to the king, I suppose.
We'll go there now and explain everything that happened.
Well, well, I have already informed him of the fact that, well, I have sent a runner to inform him that the warehouse is compromised.
Well, even so, I assume the prison would be within the same castle that the king lives in, so I guess we'd go there anyways to interrogate the gnome. What? Or no?
I believe there's still a favor to fulfill. As she looks like
To the
up onto the
barrels.
cart, where
Barrels
if I
of
remember
fucking
where there's
fish.
the barrels of fish, yeah.
Smoked fish.
Tasty.
Yeah, no, the air, by the way, guys, is still dominated by the smell of charcoal, a little bit of blood underneath, and the strong, salty smell of smoked fish.
You know, I won't deny, this whole situation seems fishy.
Holo's in the corner nibbling on the fish.
There,
Nice.
far in the distance, there is the resonating sound of.
The pun got
Yes,
shelled.
the resonating sound of what? I didn't quite understand you.
The resonating sound of in the far distance of, but
Ah.
where very far away, Maluna plays a what do you call it? Plays a drum set.
There's a lot I would like to know about the current situation, quite frankly. For one, why a warehouse that was supposed to house fish would be interesting to these people. Second, as to who informed them of your stay here, which I will assume is the monk.
Chisholm,
And
if you could, knowledge local.
Ah.
This falls
absolutely.
This falls less under the purview of your station and more under like what you would be familiar here with living here in the city.
I will absolutely gladly give you that. Knowledge local. That's
Bless you.
Jesus Christ, I'm sorry.
Gesundheit. 15.
Uh,
That's okay. You know that like these warehouses, in particular the ones that are owned by the kingdom, in order to keep things obscured, they tend to store various different items together. There's no one dedicated warehouse for for foodstuffs, for textiles or anything. For the stuff that's like benign, they'll have plenty of warehouses dedicated to that. But sometimes, if they have something stored somewhere in the capital, and they don't just want it to be the only thing sitting in the warehouse, or they don't want to have a bunch of valuables all mixed, all thrown into one warehouse, and then all it takes is one lucky guy to break into that warehouse, see it's full of that stuff, and make off like a bandit. They tend to play a little bit of a cup game, basically, where they hide the valuables amongst banal and mundane things.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess I guess I would have assumed, and Shizuko by extension, that this warehouse was specifically prepared for the fish stuff. So finding stuff like, alchemist fire and whatever the fuck was in there, was kind of unexpected.
I do store my fish and my gasoline in the same house.
Yeah, basically,
How
it's
else-
like
How else are you supposed to? How else are you supposed to cook wholesale?
It's true.
You know, I don't know if maybe I'm just crazy or stupid or don't understand, but the whole explanation the king gave us, he wanted to get rid of the fish so people would hate him for getting rid of such good food that was, make them hate him so that they wouldn't want him anymore. He could be free of his monarchical status. And then subsequently us coming here to do that, and then instead coming across a gang, a criminal organization. Doesn't it seem a bit coincidental? I mean, I don't know.
Sir,
I'm not,
How-
not saying
how
that
do
the
I-
thief is
This is-
part of the criminal gang. I just
no,
Maybe a trap?
it's
Theron
Siren-
unknowingly pushes a button that has been something that has long since tortured Shizuka and most dominantly Guillermo.
oh.
Yeah, you like as Siren continues like musing about possible connections or the coincidence of it all, there is like this look of clear sorrow and distress that grows on Shizuka's face. And she's like, you know that picture, that one still frame in Goblin Slayer where the priestess has like this dead inside look,
Yep.
and she says you get used to it.
Yeah.
That's Shizuka right now.
Just
What's
glassy
wrong? Do you
eyed,
need to use the bathroom?
glassy eyed,
Siren,
distant stare.
yeah,
Sort of a sort of like
Basically.
neutral smile on her face.
If I
Siren,
Oh, yeah.
dear, you can
Tell them,
count
yeah.
yourself as very, very, very lucky that you aren't privy to this. How do I best? This is scheme. I'm gonna take a rough guess. Scheme 473 of him trying to get rid of his office. He comes up with these plans fairly regularly. Not even I was privy to most of them when he tried them. This is one of the. Him
This-
involving me is not he.
There is
He's
a
so many.
clear distress among
Yeah,
a normally very neutral woman, a very not very emotional. Now made a little bit more obvious why. This woman who's normally never quite so easily worked up is just at a loss for words of how to summarize and explain what exactly you are currently rationalizing.
He
Well-
has come up with more plans than you can count in order to lose the throne and change the form of government. They have, each and every one of them, backfired spectacularly to the point that the populace loves him even more. And it happens every single time. And I still vividly remember the one time when he... one of his first schemes was literally to just run away. And I had to find him.
But
And it was
they
not fun.
All of them backfired?
Yes, all of them, every single one.
Not all of them, because the sheer amount of them, not all of them ended up in a sharp increase of approval or love, but none of them ever really end up with the desired effects. The response is always either, at worst, neutral, at best, adoration.
Well, I mean,
I've
I
I've
just
asked
don't know
him.
how. If he really, here's the thing. If I'm Guillermo and I don't care if people hate me, if it means that I can get out of being a king, why wouldn't I just say, "Oh, this whole time I've created a good kingdom and people who love me, just so I could betray you," and then just do one of those plots where the king betrays his people and then they end up hating him because they're
It's-
like, "Oh, you've betrayed us. We don't want you
Ye-
anymore."
The problem is that at his core he is a good person. He is to his own dismay, he is a fantastic king to his people, and he cares for this kingdom a lot, and he cares for his subjects a lot. So he would never do something that actually hurts anybody. He would never do something that has an actual detriment, something that he would actually be hated for. He can't. He can bring himself to that. So instead, he comes up with these harebrained schemes to make the people pseudo hate him, but not really, and then try. I've tried to ask him so many times why he doesn't just abdicate the throne and change the government himself, but he just won't.
The usual answer
It is
is
just frustrating.
that will be too sudden of a change. But yes.
I feel like if you're in a situation such as him, you can't be too picky.
Why not fake his death then?
Yeah.
A long-lasting illness. Talking.
I don't recall if he's
withering
ever
away.
tried that.
He hasn't, actually.
I mean, the result of that is people would ultimately see him as a martyr, and he stated he doesn't want to be idolized. But I feel like at this point it's the only option. Also, I don't know. Maybe it's the change in scenery since I left my normal village. But I don't entirely trust that he wasn't purposely trying to put us in a trap.
I promise you, with everything, it's not. It's really not. I am willing to wager pretty much every gold coin in this kingdom's treasury that there is a god who is specifically looking out for him and orchestrating everything, because that's the only explanation I can think of. Somewhere a god is cackling at his issue.
Well, unfortunately, the gods themselves aren't that involved, nor do they really recognize stuff that's going on down here. But I don't know.
At this point, it has to be divine intervention because it's really not on his part. I promise you
Oh.
that.
Maybe fate is just funny like that sometimes. Maybe he's
I
meant to be
suppose-
king, and he's not accepting it.
He is struck in a position of being, quite frankly, the best kind of king that could have happened to this kingdom, but he doesn't want to be, because he cares too much to the point where he wants the kingdom to be in the people's hands and not in his. So he has this whole thing. It's
So we lost Kari.
He's
though to be fair, though to be fair, yeah, yes, he has not tried to fake this on death yet. Maybe I'll bring that up with him.
There we go.
Come back.
Sorry about that.
Not
Got a
that-
call at a very inopportune time.
Okay.
Not that I particularly want to encourage him as in endeavors, but well, if one of his schemes work out, I no longer have to deal with them.
Never again.
Though, quite frankly, it is to him that I swore my loyalty, so if you were to abdicate, I don't know if I would stay or not.
So, the conversation seemingly coming to a still. What do you do next?
Well, I guess we gotta go to Guillermo first and foremost. Bring all this stuff back.
There's a side entrance in the palace that you can use to bring the fish in and offload it.
Can I fetch a fish that is still
Weren't
raw,
we-
hasn't been cooked, and give it to
Well, none of the
Fire
fish have
for
been
his
cooked.
troubles?
Just some of them have just been
Oh,
kind of
okay.
smoked a bit.
Can I fetch a smoked fish for Vayu for
Weren't-
his troubles as we make our way back to wherever it is we're going?
Remind me, wasn't the plan to just kind of like sit on the fish for a bit?
Yep. And then
Oh,
and then
right.
provide them to the people. once the damage was done, to then stealthily reintroduce the fish
What?
back into the market.
However,
Yeah.
if we did that right now, and this is just coming from at least from the observation, if we still went about that by taking it and hiding it and then slowly bringing it back, what it might look like to the people is that the people who were in here stole the fish, and then the king found it and reclaimed it and is now being boarded as a hero again.
Yeah, but
I mean, regardless, it's not on you guys to reintroduce the fish into the market. He just asked you to bring them. To
yeah.
the
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to help this man get out of his fucking job, and he's gonna keep in there.
Here's the thing, because we encountered a situation that was different from what we expected, let's leave the fish in the warehouse it was originally stored in for now. Go back and ask, hey, do you still want to go with the original plan, given that there might be consequences such as this, this, and this? Or should we just leave the fish and do something else?
Yeah. To be fair, on that, Shizuka is more or less gonna put her foot down, as in like, don't bring it back to the fucking warehouse.
Besides the fact that the warehouse is currently very insecure and may collapse after all the fire damage.
Oh, true. I wasn't sure if we had taken the fish out yet or not, because we just finished.
It is in the cart as far as I'm aware.
That is what I understand as well.
Okay, so yeah, that's fair. The warehouse is compromised structurally at this point.
This isn't just me like trying to push you in one direction. The warehouse is fun.
It is in fact. Not to be railroad or anything, but the warehouse is in fact fucked.
There are guardsmen still around, dragging crates out of the warehouse, and there are efforts being put towards finding other spaces in warehouses to store these things, because they're no longer safe. They're open to the environment. They can be rained on. These various products can also just be. The warehouse may collapse on top of it, damaging any of the goods stored within. It is no longer a warehouse. It is a was house.
So, just bring the fish into sneakily into the palace, I guess. That's not the plan.
Original intent, yes.
Okay. In that case, that is what Shizuko would advocate for. Just kind of go from there.
Mm-hmm.
No harm in that.
Okay. Assuming nothing else, does anybody else have anything they'd like to contribute?
This fish stinks.
Holo just munching on some fish in the background. Actually,
I imagine when Chaiko said this fish stings, she is squarely staring at Shizuka right now.
Actually, no. No, she wouldn't.
She'd be looking as far away from Shizuka as possible so that no one knows.
No, she'd be looking straight ahead, but her eyes may or may not be looking towards the fish.
And for Holo, it's just like being back home, surrounded by smoked fish. He and Vair are both snacking on some fish. Wonderful.
At one point, they kind of start fighting over it. It's like, okay, no, that's the sea bass is mine.
Flex, for his part, is still just kind of nursing to his wounds. He's taking a load off.
And with the help of Siren, most people's wounds would be fairly reduced, I think.
Pretty much touched on by now, yeah.
Did the channel energy affect all of us, or?
Yes, I would say so.
Everyone but Shizuka, because Shizuka, for what we
Shizuka
understand,
would
are very dead.
Yeah,
She's just like a corpse in the corner.
She starts frying.
It's really like a really
Catches
nasty
fire.
Yeah, it's like a really nasty sunburn.
Yeah.
In this
I
case,
did another
moonburn.
burst of healing, but if people need more, I can do the last one. I'm
She
saving it just for
spontaneously
emergencies.
ignites.
If depending on I don't know if you want me to roll fucking insight on that, if I wanna look over to Chaiko and be like, you look like you want to say something for the past who knows how many hours.
For the past 2 months.
That would be a question to Chaiko. Would a sense motive to sniff out any sort of unsaid things apply?
I mean, maybe. Out of character right now. Chaiko's really just uncomfortable with the entirety of this whole shebang.
Mhm.
But that's pretty much it.
You're not really being very obfuscative in terms of what you're actually thinking.
To be fair, I'm like pretty sure.
My
Everest.
thoughts. Oh, sorry.
Mhm.
I was gonna say, Chaiko's thoughts right now are simple, but even then, she's trying to keep a straight face.
I don't know why, I thought for a second you were gonna say Chaiko's thoughts right now are none.
Her mind is an enigma.
No thoughts hit empty.
In that case, I would say sure.
No, it's just
give me a sense motive.
absolutely. At the very least, I'm pretty sure that it is very obvious that ever since, since Shizuka joined this little gang of weirdos, Chaika hasn't said a single word. I'm pretty sure.
She said a few.
Not much, but
Yeah, like 3.
A woman of few words. Where's my fucking sense motive? There it is. Oh.
Chaiko just looks kind of conflicted at the moment, and she's got a very good poker face, and mostly it just seems like she's projecting a facade of calm. A mask, if you
Isn't she quite literally wearing one?
mostly.
Yes,
or
yes, I
usually,
am.
yes.
Nice.
Oh well.
Alright then. Unless somebody has anything else they'd like to bring up, I'm going to assume you guys start rolling.
I feel like I'm just honking the fucking spotlight the entire time, but I think considering the fucking what's it called, channel energy, she's well aware that she's been busted, quote unquote. So as an awkward silence descends on the group, she would more or less say out, you can ask me about that,
How long have you been dead?
I couldn't actually precisely answer that. GM, since when have I been dead?
At
How
this
long have I
point-
been dead?
At this point, it's been about 3 years.
Okay.
A lot younger than I
3
thought you'd
years.
be.
What was that? Could you repeat that?
I said a lot younger than I thought you'd be.
Oh.
Chaiko assumed
Well,
you were an ancient undead.
Ah. Fair enough.
To be fair, that tends to be a common assumption for the undead, or at least people who find out you're undead for on first impression. People who
You're undead? You must be millions of years old.
Yeah, you must be. You must.
Yes,
It must have
I
happened.
I
like
got
decades
turned
ago.
yesterday.
I'm like 5.
If it is 3 years, I'm actually gonna make her age a bit younger. Because I have a fun fact. I have Shizuka at 43 at the moment.
Ah.
But yeah, for 3 years. That is.
So
Well,
you
you look
weren't
relatively
born
okay for
undead. Pity.
Indeed.
I
You look relatively okay for being a walking corpse.
I'm not entirely sure how I should take that.
It's the equivalent of saying,
Do
you
you-
look pretty okay for your age.
Yeah, basically. I'm not sure I should
What kind of
take that.
moisturizers do you use?
You do seem like you take care well.
Well, first of all, I will have you know that not every undead is a zombie. Neither is every undead a skeleton. Though, I suppose at a glance I do look rather alive. Unless you paid attention to the fact that I no longer breathe, or sleep, or eat. But apart from that, well... let's say this situation of mine leads to me clinging to life in more ways than one.
You know, are you a revenant of sorts? I didn't see many undead when I was younger, but I saw enough with Orthos' necromancers.
What do you understand as a revenant?
Well, if memory was to serve, they were entities, namely slain, and died with the regret or potentially with a sense of revenge, or they had a purpose that was left unfulfilled, and they persisted on in pursuit of that, oftentimes, well, revenge.
Well, I shall put it like this. Remember when you asked me about my arm? How it is a sign of... Well... To repeat myself, it is a sign of my greatest pride as well as my biggest shame. Pride as in I tried my best, and shame in that my best wasn't enough. And, well, it wasn't enough, and I died, and so did my leash's family, and pretty much everybody else who was there.
I see.
So yes, I am in fact what you call a revenant.
Hmm.
I am in pursuit of the culprit. And at the word culprit, her eyes do squarely land on Chico.
Oh no.
Do you think Chaco murdered someone?
No. I can tell you for a fact that, first of all, if Chico were indeed the culprit, I would have already attempted to murder her. Second of all, I'm keenly aware of who isn't and who is. And no, it's not her.
Actually, no wait. If you being
Well, so does that.
Yes.
After all, bringing the culprit, and by culprit, I mean my murderer, to justice, until then, there's no rest for me.
Mm.
In these last 3 years, I've died many times, and many times I've come back.
For any further information, revenants, if someone would like to see if they knew more, it would be a knowledge religion check.
You know, that I can give that a shot.
He's untrained in religion as well.
I'm not trained in religion, but I'm hoping that maybe I can dredge something up.
Oh, I
I
did put.
speak
As a
I
reminder,
do
Oh, I
speak.
did-
as a
right,
reminder, if you are untrained in a skill, so if you don't have at least one rank in knowledge religion, you cannot get any more information than you would from rolling a 10.
Would I get anything from rolling a 10? Would I get any more from rolling a 10, rather?
No, but what you managed to summarize based off the context clues you got, it's about as much as you would get from a 10. In fact, in a sort of roundabout way, you know a bit more than you would otherwise know.
That tracks.
It was
This
So
is
is
count
knowledge
as
religion
analyzing
or what?
creatures.
Yes,
I speak Necro. That's my
Oh,
reason.
this is 26.
it was knowledge religion or what?
religion. Just religion.
It was just religion.
Just religion.
Why not? Like I haven't touched the funny roll dice
Could you
button.
still roll the knowledge religion for me? As the entire
Wait, me?
yeah, please still roll.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
The,
Bum, bum.
as the
Oh,
entire,
okay.
the
Well-
entire party is currently.
And oh, yeah.
I haven't rolled dice in a long time. Forgive me.
All right. As the good chunk of the party begins scratching their heads on what exactly might be known about a revenant. Karia, you think you know for a fact that revenants, at least from your time in Orthos's cave and watching them operate, as the necromancers in Orthos's employ were either themselves half dragons. There's a couple of spell scales in his employ, red spell scales. And basically, those of draconic rank were allowed to practice magic within his lair. Unscaled were disallowed from practicing the arcane arts. And there were a fair few draconic undead that were conjured. You do know that as many of the revenants were, from what you could tell, knocked together out of various bones from different bodies, and most of them really like being scratched behind the ear.
Mm-hmm. That concerns me for a reason.
Sure.
At least you think that's
Oh,
the
no.
case. The necromancers in particular seem to enjoy doing that. Chico, not especially schooled on the matter of religion, which is fine. It's not really your wheelhouse anyway. But you know about as much as what has been said. Also, the fact that apparently in Mordan, when excess meat falls off of zombies that are around, which is typically also disbarred and illegal to have an unpreserved zombie walking around. For sanitary reasons, you need to keep the blood-having populace healthy. You're fairly sure you heard a rumor that they have a special stew they make out of it? The offcuts. Yes. Hello. There were some undead. There was some undead you learned about while you were back at Ridgeback, and also things you've picked up, like knowledge about on your travels here. You read a good amount of material since then. not quite up to the par of Vark, but you do breed. As far as revenants go, though, you know they're not typically conjured. They tend to be something more of a natural phenomenon. Vark, likewise, you got a 22. You and Mallory, in this case, would both know that revenants are the result of a powerful grudge. They can sometimes be conjured, but usually only if you have the body, and you have a clear idea of who their killer is. Usually, the ritual requires invoking the name of the killer or item of their belonging to then bring the revenant back. In other cases, revenants tend to be naturally occurring when resentment and hate and unfinished business is enough to bring a soul back to inhabit a body, after which they tirelessly and relentlessly pursue their killer and the person who wronged them. And as Shizuka said, they have a sort of sixth sense for what direction their killer is in, and they know at a glance who their killer is. They also excel, once they've found the perpetrator, at doggedly destroying them. Revenants tend to not stay down unless eliminated with very specific magic. And once they find their killer, they have a varied suite of abilities that make them incredibly lethal, specifically against their murderer. Otherwise, they tend to operate a lot more just like especially powerful undead, like wights, things like that. They are the perfect, relentless undead pursuer. They also tend to be, at least from the material you both have read, a lot angrier and a lot more relentless. Most revenants that have been documented have been seen as just walking in a straight line towards where they think their killer is and chasing them to the ends of the earth. Sometimes literally walking through the ocean to try and get to them. Not often the best outcome, though, because Laranoak, god of the oceans, doesn't care who goes in his water. And anybody that tries to swim across an ocean unassisted is usually taken away by a riptide.
Sounds to me like Flick probably has seen or probably heard his fair share of legends about revenants.
Oh, absolutely. On the high seas,
Yeah.
there's no end of betrayal and murder, and as a result, there's quite a few stories about revenge-seeking ghosts.
Quite frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if there's literally a ship full of revenants, like a revenant ship.
Ghost ship? No, never.
Essentially, yeah. But yeah, I don't remember if Shizuka has explicitly said this in her explanation, but that's quite frankly why I am here and not in the Titan's Arm, and why I am in the employ of King Guillermo, because he promised me to find information to give me any information he can find, essentially. And I'm here in pursuit of my murderer. And until I have him in my grasp, I cannot die and I cannot rest.
Brutal.
That's wicked.
General unreactiveness from the group.
Mhm.
I'm in the middle of both eating and like trying to.
We've got a lot of weirdos here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just.
But what I think
I just
the person I'd like to know most right now is what is Chico thinking?
Yeah. Taco's thinking a lot of things right now.
I may have specifically meant
Called her
to...
out.
I appreciate
I
that.
only call her out as more as in like antagonize isn't quite the correct word, but kind of.
No, it's close enough. I get what you're trying to do, and I'm trying to think how Chaiko would respond. I've been thinking about it ever since you first pointed it out. The first, looking straight at Chaiko bit, and I think this is how Chaiko would respond. After a bit of silence, she would turn towards, is it
Shizuka.
Shizuka or Suzuka?
Shizuka.
Shizuka. Turn towards Shizuka. Yeah, Shizuka and go.
Turns towards Caesar Salad.
You know, even with that explanation, does not make me feel calmer in the slightest.
I don't remember saying anything that I've said with the intention of calming you, quite frankly. Would it at least not satisfy you to know that there's at least one soul who knows for certain that you're innocent?
Slow. You can hear inserts creaky noise here. As Trico turns. Innocent, you say?
Well, maybe not innocent, considering how much there is, quite frankly, a veil of survivor's guilt hanging over you. But innocence as in, for all intents and purposes, there's no blood on your hands.
I love just how Shizuka just like a knife, just fucking.
I'm
to the heart.
quite literally, yeah, quite literally.
I see.
But that's wrong. There is blood on Jaiko's hands. We've killed a lot of people.
No, not in that way, Karina.
Insert spellcasters. Yes, I don't touch
Yeah.
my enemies.
I don't touch my enemies. I don't have a touch.
Except for the few times you literally reached out to try and zap people.
That is true.
Listen, I don't think you're gonna cause any death. Okay.
To put it quite frank, there is no innocent blood on Shaiko's hands that she cares about.
Oh, I see.
Now, me believing in your innocence is, I believe, more than you can say for a lot of other people.
Hard to believe it when I. There. Speaking hard. Been a minute.
Speaking very hard.
Especially in character. It's hard to believe that I can't even remember what exactly happened.
Well, if you were hoping for me to have more for you, I'm afraid I have to disappoint. Because I have to admit, over the years the memory is getting spottier. When a thirst for vengeance is all that sustains you, eventually that's all that's left. I can barely remember our homeland. The
Psycho let out a little
trees, the trees, the mountains, the valleys, the smell of spring in Titan's arms. I can not remember a lot of it.
She'll let out a little sighing and say, honestly, terrible of me, I know this. But hearing that you remember less brings me a little bit of comfort. I know that's not exactly a great thing.
I have a.
Do you remember where you were from in the Titan's arm? Shut up, Karya.
Oh, okay.
For lack of detail, Shizuka describes that she was from the very traditional southern parts of the Titan's arm.
Yes. You most likely would have come from the area around Mokoshi or Hiro.
With re-explaining that she was quite literally a samurai in the employ of a lord. And, well, her liege and her liege's family that died that day is one of the few things she can actually remember from her homeland, because she does vividly remember the people that she failed.
What vestiges of your home you remember? You remember tall mountains, thick, tall forests, and the dryad trees from which those arose. Heavily wooded mountains.
Would I know whereabouts she's talking about?
Yes. Why? You may or may not have actually been there yourself.
Yeah, that's about expected. But...
Yeah, it's not that it's exclusive. It's just it's a bit of a trek, and if you don't really have much of a reason to go down there, then there's not a hell of a lot to do there. So most people, some people go there to pay homage or to bring tithes or to seek favor from the elves that live there, or from the dryads that have planted their roots in the southern half of the Titan's Arm. Or they just go there to see the sights, but usually that's for people who are more well off. Very few people tend to go to those places for vacationing. It's also very different the northern half of the Titan's Arm, where you come from in Fitzman is very different from the highly traditional and heavily wooded Mokushi. It's a very different culture, very different way of life. Even though there is plenty of similarity to be drawn, it is like stepping into a different time period.
Okay.
It's also much more heavily predominated by elves and half-elves. Whereas in the northern half, it's much more human and half-elf with very few elves.
Okay.
But hearing her describe
that sparks another thought, but that's for later.
Hearing her description, though, that immediately resembles everything you've heard about the far south near Hiro, where supposedly a lot of the old elven clans reside high up in their conclaves up in the mountains.
Would you say Shizuka's liege in the Titan's Arm was, or the lord she served, was an elf?
Yes, absolutely.
Or was he human? Okay.
Here's where Psycho will go. Even I have a conscience. I'll try to be more relaxed around you, and seeing that, hearing as the reason you exist, I will return to the Titan's arms someday. Is there anything you'd like me to try to do for you? I don't know, from anything you want to give or leave for anyone where you once were. I'm not good at this. That's... Shizuka.
Shizuka has her head slightly tilted, looking at Chaiko. Quite frankly, there really isn't much left to me that matters after my death.
Not to intrude.
Can I finish first?
Yeah.
Once I've found rest, I think the only thing that I care about is facing my lord and his family and those that I failed to protect and beg them for forgiveness.
I see. Well,
if I wanted to be sentimental, I could ask to she raises a hand and looks at it in this like look of unfamiliarity, if I want to put it that way. Since I've died and come back several times, I don't even know if this is a body that's been reconstructed for the purpose of vengeance, if I'll just turn to dust when all is over. If there's anything of me left to bury, but if you're around then, honestly, you can do with my worldly possessions whatever you wish. Whether they are put to use again for a good cause, or if you just have them buried in a grave back in Titan's Arm, I think is pretty much the same to me. As I said, all that I really care about is facing those that have failed on the afterlife.
Mike will give a little nod and then tap Kari on the shoulder and say, "Go."
Not to intrude, but there's a question that's been pressing me since you've, well, explained yourself. If you are a revenant, seemingly drawn by revenge, why can you not pursue the one who's done this to you? If you have an innate sense for this, why do you need the help of a king?
That, Karia, is actually a question I would like answered myself. The GM will have to correct me on this. But as far as I've been told, and Shizuka will give this to Karia, she cannot actually pinpoint the corpus location right now.
The innate ability of a revenant to sense where their killer is not precise. It only gives you a general cardinal compass direction. Tells you nothing about what's in your way, tells you nothing about where exactly they are, how far away from you. All you know is that they're east. And as stated before, without a boat, you'd have to walk through the ocean. And Laren Oak is a very wrathful master. That's not even taking into account the many, many dangers that may lay in the way, and that may forestall you as your quarry could just be lying off eastwards for all you know. You don't know where he is. All you can detect is minute changes in his or their position, which would indicate that they are rather far away, with how little the sort of relative position changes in your head.
Okay. Then that is what she will share. The only thing she knows, and for this info, she will actually look to Chaiko again specifically. All I know is that my murderer is east, far east, and that's pretty much all I know. I know nothing of what's in my way, of who will be in my way, what will be in my way. I only know east. So work here for the sake of more information, I suppose.
Interesting. Strange.
Well, I happen to have interest in my success, not my attempt. So as much as I could try to recklessly follow, if I just fail over and over again, or worse yet, my hunt is cut short, then what's the point?
Well. I wonder how many revenants that we've created out of sheer curiosity. One more macabre way of thinking.
For those who did roll fairly high, it is known that to become a revenant, naturally at least, takes considerable willpower and a very determined soul, as well as a very strong grudge. It doesn't just typically happen in most cases.
Willy-nilly.
Yeah, it doesn't. That, or it's also aided sometimes if it's done in proximity to a strong source or an area strongly saturated with negative energy.
Well, looks at the back of the cart.
Funny to say that. Yes. Yeah, weirdly enough, Shizuka, sitting here in the cart, it's something you've noticed. It's weirdly calming. Something about that. Something about being in the vicinity of this cart is weirdly... doesn't make you sleepy, but it makes you kind of... it's a little bit soothing. More so than being generally out and about, especially with the harsh sunlight. Yeah, it's something that would have been kind of like there under the radar for the most part, but after a while, it might be something you would come to notice. The topic of that is brought up. Yes. The motives for Shizuka working for Guillermo are brought up. And that, I think, is when right around when you would come up to the palace, coming around the side to the back entrance that Maria had showed you guys when you first got back from your trip to Rosaina. The cart pulls in as your mammoth horses come to a stop by the side entrance. And there are already guards waiting for you with dollies to cart off the barrels. The barrels are loaded up off dollies and carted into Alice. So those are no longer of anything you need to worry about, at least for your part. All that's left, presumably, would be to report. Am I to assume that you all, assuming since nobody's saying anything, that you all head inside the palace?
I'm good. Yeah.
Yes. I missed a good bit there. I was gone for a bit. Last I left off, Shizuka was doing a sense motive check on Chaiko.
Yes.
Oh my god, you have
you missed
missed out on a lot, unfortunately.
Yeah,
missed a
I
decent
had
chunk.
to take care of some stuff.
Mostly what was explained is what exactly a revenant is. And if you wish to still see how much Siren would know about that, a knowledge religion check would pass.
Oh, that's my highest stat.
Wonderful. Get a throw. Beyond that, Shizuka explained what exactly led to her being undead, what drives her, what she's currently pursuing, and why she is working for Guillermo. Specifically that, as far as she is aware, her target is vaguely, very distantly east, and with everything that may be between her and there, she has elected to work under a liege lord that she can dedicate herself towards, who will, in exchange, supply her potentially with information so that she can eventually make a much more effective hunt. And also, with the resources of a king, doesn't have to worry about things like transportation. 17. Yeah, Siren would know that revenants are born from powerful grudges, that they are inexhaustible, nigh unkillable wraiths that pursue their killer to the ends of the earth. They tend to have an innate sense of what direction their killer is in, and depending on the character of the revenant, they can either be dogged pursuers or patient hunters. They're also very hard to kill. I've said that before, but they are very hard to kill. And also, when they are finally faced with their murderer, they have a number of powers that become available to them that are specifically very effective against their killer. Otherwise, when faced with other combatants or other foes, which they generally don't take very much interest in unless it's in their way, they're just otherwise above average undead.
Interesting.
So yes.
For a second there, I was afraid that you were going to say that Shizuka is one of the, I guess, what would it be called? Like, authorities looking for...
The bounty hunters, the law enforcement that are currently in pursuit of Chaiko. That was addressed actually, because when when Shizuka was topic of her killer, she looked at Chaiko and then said, "I know for a fact it's not you," and there was a whole exchange based on that.
I see.
I did lead with, or Shizuka did lead with, I'm looking for, my culprit, my murderer, and then squarely stared at Chaiko, basically for the sole reason of eliciting a reaction. only to then quickly like specify, no, Chico isn't.
Interesting.
Jago's still not exactly comfy around that, but you know.
I mean, I would be uncomfortable if I was next to a murder ghost too.
Yeah.
You know, actually, that's the least of our concerns.
I mean, for all intents and purposes, Shizuka is essentially the Ghost Rider.
Some residents even have a stair ability.
Exactly.
Yes. So, the fish has been offloaded. The palace has been reached, and I believe, unless people object, the next course of action is that you will be entering the palace. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay. Wonderful. The palace is much more alive when you step foot inside. The door shuts behind you, and there's more people in here than before. It's not like the audience hours where there was a large line outside. No, there's something in the air in the palace as you enter. There's servants moving back and forth. You see a couple of officials striding at a fast pace down one hallway. Some of them have what looks to be missives or letters or scrolls clutched in their arms and hands. They bustle back and forth. That's the word for hustle and bustle, as they move back and forth. Some in and out of the palace. Some run up the stairs into what you now recognize as the audience room that you've been in a couple of times now. Proper runners. There's a lot of exchange and a lot of movement in the palace at the moment. There's a energy hanging in the air.
I'm starting to get the feeling I should have brought him more coffee.
Now, to confirm, you said a negative energy?
No, just energy. Just energy in the air, as in like
A busy energy. I suppose.
busy, almost kind of even just maybe a bit tense energy.
Okay, so it's not like an electric, like, ooh, something interesting is gonna happen. It's oh god, something interesting is gonna happen.
Yep, it's we're living in interesting times.
You're right. Well, time to kick down that front door.
Please don't.
Not actually kick. You know, barge in.
I know.
Though I suppose I could put my boot through the door, but I'd rather not.
No,
Then I'd be owed another favor.
Holo
Siren
using
will.
like his
Oh yeah.
11.
No, I'm kidding.
Holo using like his 12-inch strength holding back Karya from the door.
How dare you stare at me in such a manner? Mahogany, evil.
Are you saying
Chico.
that because Mahogany is dark?
Karya, do not. Please.
Reserve your property damage for deserving dwarves. But yes, you make your way up the stairs. Just outside the audience chamber, there are people like talking to each other in a hushed tone. As you the door is partially ajar. There's people in the but one thing that immediately strikes you when you open the door and you step inside is Guillermo isn't in the audience room, in his office. The desk lies abandoned, stacked high with paperwork. All over the room are just like clusters of officials, office workers. You're not quite sure, but people talking either hushed tones or rather loudly, making a sort of variable din within the room. Station off to the side, where you see what was previously indicated to be the war room. The door lies halfway open, as just outside you recognize one of the secretaries you've previously spoken to, and she's hurriedly scribbling something on a clipboard with a piece of charcoal. Otherwise, what do you call it? The room lies. Wait, the king isn't here. The man you're supposed to be reporting to is not present.
I No, I'm thinking how Shizuka would do this specifically. When the group gets into the, audience room, where people are running in and out, I guess Shizuka would just loudly declare, basically going, I wish to speak to the king. Where has he gone?
The secretary, standing over by the door to
In-
the
in-
room,
In
jumps.
in a raised tone.
The secretary by the door to the war room immediately raises her head at your tone. Shizuka, ma'am, the king is in the war room. He is occupied at the moment. Is it something urgent?
I would think so, considering the. She looks around and the bus not dying down basically. I would imagine so, considering the sudden change in the palace. What exactly happened?
Right, I can't talk at liberty about that. The queen's inside if you would like to speak. The others here will have to stay outside, though.
This does concern them, though.
I'm afraid something quite possibly much more urgent has come up. I urge you to speak to the king if it's of concern to you, but this is a matter of state.
Finger tapping irritation.
Yeah, Shizuka turns around and she folds her. I was just about to say hands because I, for a second, forgot that Shizuka only has one arm. She puts one arm in front of her and gives the entire group a deep bow. If you'll excuse me, I will update you as soon as I know more, because I know about as much as you do right now. And then she'll step into the war room and close the door behind her, basically.
Leaving the others to languish outside, like a bunch of simple people left in the waiting room at the DMV. The moment you step into the war room, you understand where the heart of this chaotic energy is coming from. The large table, which is used as the primary centerpiece of this long room, it's a long oval wooden table, along which it's lined with so many chairs. And most of those chairs have asses in seat. At the head of it is your lord, King Guillermo de Lourdes. And he looks absolutely haggard. He sees you enter. He hears the door click shut as he looks up and he sees you. Shizuka, please, come and we'll update you. This is unfortunately something rather urgent has come up.
If I didn't know any better, and she her eyes scan the war room and
There's
how occupied the table is.
All the major ministers from the government are currently sat at the table. All of them.
If I didn't know any,
some of them are still like in their evening clothes. Which,
if I had to hazard the worst possible guess, and I barely dare to speak it out loud, are we at war?
he motions for you to come up alongside him, to come next to him. It's not a short walk to go the whole length of the table, but
she
yeah.
She was basically already starting to like walk over
Okay.
as she started talking after scanning the room.
As you're talking, he keeps motioning. Eventually, you come to a stop next to him and says, "Barely better. Thankfully, it's not Aerodyne. I did get your missive. Thank you for reporting on that. Go figure. When I send a bunch of people to go pick up fish, they end up busting a smuggling operation. Still didn't catch most of the
Run by
culprits, but at least we have people to question. Anyway, that will have to be forgotten for now." As there's other, like one of the ministers, the Minister of War specifically, breaks in and he speaks. Sir, we need to start mobilizing people soon. We can't have a panic. And Benoni, please, yes, I understand. I just don't know what we're gonna be able to do about this. And he looks down. There's maps and missives and letters scattered about, envelopes that have not even been opened yet with the wax still fresh. It says, we have a major threat staring down Orbis at the moment. And I'm not sure how we're going to combat it. And there's... She's got... A dragon has not been sighted within the borders of the country for a couple of centuries.
The word dragon drops, and like, despite the fact she's undead, her entire body like freezes up. She's stock still listening.
For months now, there's been a dragon making itself known within the borders. We've tried our best to suppress the rumors to a blind panic and to potentially contain the situation. Records generally indicate that a dragon can at least be bartered with or bribed or spoken with, but this one has eaten every single envoy we've sent to it. It has burnt 5 towns in the time that it's been here and is showing itself to be more animal than person. And now, from what we can tell, it's on a direct course towards Orbis, with multiple larger towns in the way.
Do we have a description of the dragon?
Big, red, angry.
Big, as in
Probably multiple centuries old. They've fully been dug, which is enough to level the capital. Just I don't know how we're gonna do this. They can't. Even if the dragon is still has still demonstrated it's got enough wits about it, or at least it's thinking enough that it's never allowed itself to be corralled in any sort of way. We need something.
If the dragon has not only attacked villages, eaten people, and has done nothing but destruction, and any kind of attempt at communication is met with a swift, painful death by teeth and claw and fire and fangs, if I may suggest the obvious, there's a dragonkin standing outside.
You honestly believe that he'll be able to kill that thing? I've heard, and I've seen the reports of Karya's capabilities. He's strong, but he can't fly, and he certainly can't reason with it, unless, like, we've tried speaking Interconic to it. We've had scholars, look, all of the envoys we've sent speak many different languages, and I am still trying my best to send condolences to the families. But
I didn't necessarily mean to suggest that Karya would be able to kill it, even though quite frankly, throwing a group of adventurers at the problem is more bearable than throwing your countrymen into the meat grinder. No, I figured that a dragon, language or no, is more likely to hear out another dragonkin, even though he is only a half dragon.
Had we more time?
He is, as I understand it, at least related to a great name, and
Had we more time, I might consider the option, but we don't have time. I can't, especially, like you said, sacrificing a group of adventurers is much more bearable than sacrificing my countrymen. At the same time, these are adventurers who I have had just go out and nearly get themselves killed for the sake of a barrel of fish. I could not, as a person, ask them such a thing as to go out and slay a dragon now with no time to rest and no time to get their bearings. They've just got roasted in a warehouse. They are in no shape to fight a dragon. Let alone go out there and attempt to communicate with it, and I'm fairly sure at this point get eaten as well. Like if we, at this point, the dragon has shown such a ravenous hunger. It's Shizuka. He grabs up several of the letters and says, "Shizuka, walk with me."
Okay.
The previous
I see the vision.
The previous distracted look on his face, his eyes go razor sharp, and he's in the moment now. As he grabs stuff, he gets up and says, "All of you, get the dragoons ready."
They have dragoons?
Oh.
Yeah, actually, no, they would not be called dragoons, though technically that's what they would be. It says, get the armed corps mounted, ready, and ready to mobilize immediately. As he strides past, alongside the table with you at his side, Shizuka, and then just throws the door open. The rest of the party, you see as Guillermo de Lorbas, the door to the war room slams open, and standing in the doorway is a very different Guillermo. He's
You look furious.
The flower that was previously woven into his hair is no longer there. The cloak he wears is a heavy black one that's looks more like it's a statement of office than it is the light green, almost floral cloak he usually wears. And the look on his face implies a steel in the backbone that previously he has not demonstrated.
Was the out of curiosity, was the "you look serious" was that an in-character comment?
Yeah, that was actually actually
Yeah, Hollow, you get a death glare from Shizuka that makes it very clear that this is not the time for quips.
I'm gonna roll.
He strides out and he looks to Hollow as he stops before the group and says, "Well observed. This is a serious situation. I'm going to need all your guys' help one more time. This time I'm calling in a favor for real. I understand.
Attacked.
Yes, we are. I understand that you've all been through quite a lot. The attack on the warehouse, not intended. I am very sorry that you got caught up in that, but something far more pressing has come up. I understand that maybe some of you may have been looking forward to some interrogation, but right now, I need all of your help. Do you still have the fish?"
Yes.
Do we still have the fish? Quick, someone check to see if we have fish.
Yeah, excellent. Let's get moving. I need you guys to get back up on the
Did
cart.
I hear it all?
No, he just had a couple. Even a dragon, even a young dragon can only eat so much. That said, he was quite hungry after the fight. But yes, he does then stop and says, "I'm sorry. I'm making demands. I am not your king. But right now, I need all of your help. Please. If not for my sake, then for the sake of Lorbus."
Shizuka does lean in a little closer to Guillermo. Before you decided to storm out, I was gonna say I'm pretty sure these people would help regardless or not if the alternative is the death of many, many innocents.
Shaika will then speak up and go, Wait, what? What's going on? I know.
Would you like to, or should I?
He stops for a moment and says,
They should know what you're throwing them at.
yes, you're right. I wanted to say matter of state. I should only give the details if you're willing to help it. Okay. The Kingdom of Lorbis is currently threat of attack by a large red dragon, and it looks to be on a direct collision course with the city.
Oh boy. What's that? Hey, Car, haven't you told us hasn't Car told the gang he wanted to hunt red dragons? Not
No, I wasn't
specifically
hunting red dragons. I was actively preparing to slay my father should the need have arisen.
Well,
Close
I mean,
enough.
this is where
Close-
the
close
part of
enough.
the episode comes to to be continued.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Dragon?
There is a dragon who has destroyed multiple villages, multiple towns, who has eaten every envoy that has been sent, and who seems to be dead set on coming to this town or city and burn this capital to the ground. You help, or a lot of people die. What do you say?
I would not.
I'm sorry.
What?
I want to
Does
make
it
this.
want-
I want to make. We have tried every avenue at this point. I would have preferred we do this diplomatically, but it's spurned every attempt at communication, at bribery, at trade, anything. If it's,
I am.
Oh,
I don't know if it would listen to you, Karya. Frankly, I'd preferably not try because that means potentially just throwing you into the mouth of a dragon. I want to make this clear. My intention is not to ask you to fight it. I would
So are
never-
you sending me to be an envoy of sorts?
Not you specifically. I need all of you, and I need your card. And I need you to be ready to ride like hell for leather.
Shizuka slowly.
I-
Shizuka slowly turns her head. That can't be your plan.
It is. And I think it's the only plan I can do. My kingdom has been in collaboration with the lock and with the match and lock company for a long, long time, to the point where we are the first company or the first country that they have agreed to begin properly arming with firearms. My intention is there is a bluff not too far from the capital. It has a rise at the bluff. I intend to hide the armed corps of Lorbis behind that rise. What I want you all to do is to take that fish, get that dragon's attention, because the only thing it seems to have on its mind is hunger. It smells a bunch of smoky fish. Very little doubt that it will, especially in that quantity, that it will attempt to seize it from you, including yourselves. What I would ask of you is to bait that dragon into a scenario where we are able to shoot it out of the sky.
I am going to need several moments. In particular, I have requests.
I can only give you a few moments. We do not have much time.
I need all the information you have on the details of that dragon, and I'm very concerned.
We don't have
It's-
very much. Every single time we send somebody, they die. Nobody's managed to get a close-up look at the thing. The only thing we have is from the only information we have is from scouts. It is a large, angry, hungry red dragon.
Even
Here's
those
my-
should
I
be
got
able to
one.
talk.
I got one question. Are you willing to pay us for this?
I am willing to give you. I am willing to reward you directly from the royal treasury.
I'm
I don't
sorry.
need
We're talking
a
about.
reward.
Like ear
Psycho-
twitches.
Psycho lets out a groan. Oh, I didn't want to hear that.
I didn't want to make
I'm
this.
I'm sorry. I
didn't
don't
want
think.
to make this a monetary matter because at the very end,
Yeah.
I did not want to make this some sort of contract, anything. I kept it a matter of favors so that you would never have to worry about the red tape of being directly employed by a kingdom. But at this point, pride and friendship at this point needs to take a backseat for me. I am right now operating in the capacity of a king.
Royal treasury, you say?
I
Come-
only
come-
asked to see how serious you were. Everyone, stop asking.
Dead
No,
serious. Please.
He's
how much-
serious.
I don't-
One at a time. I am dead serious.
I don't-
The entire
I don't.
kingdom's lives hang in the balance. I cannot.
Well, I don't care about a
fight the dragon.
reward. I don't care about a reward. I will go. Just point me in the direction.
No, I'm sorry. Your Majesty, I cannot reasonably trust that you are not sending us into another dangerous situation after we just came from a warehouse full of fish, where instead of it just being fish, oh, it happened to be a gang, and oh, we were attacked. I'm sorry.
That
This-
that
I'm
a
not
rea-
letting that happen again.
that is a
If we
reasonable
go, we will
objection.
die.
Understand?
If you don't,
Just-
if
don't,
you
we
don't,
die.
the entire capital dies.
So we're just
That is true.
going to sacrifice ourselves. Everyone else you've sent has died.
Everybody we've sent as an
Based on-
envoy has died. You will not be riding towards it, you'll be riding away from it. But still, I understand that is a reasonable objection. That is why I say, if you do not wish to do this, you may leave. We will fend for ourselves and we will try and find another way. This is my request to you. And if you do not wish to take it up, you are at liberty to leave. I would say quickly, else you get caught in the fires of the dragon when it visits the capital.
How much time do we have?
A couple of days at most.
Okay, I'm gonna go get to work on something.
Considering how quickly dragons fly, I would say, pessimistically, hours.
Okay, I'm gonna go get that.
Flick will quickly shuffle up next to Karya and kind of mutter into his ear and say, "Should we inform Sovanosk and the folks up north that we might be delayed?"
We should, yes, but I'm doing this regardless.
I'm opening my to DM. I'm opening my spellbook and using what arcane points I've left to switch spells around. I'm getting ready for this.
Okay, that's an affirmative from
should we-
Chaiko and from Karya. And
Hola,
a
hola,
no, and a very firm no from Siren. What about the rest?
Well, I was doubting you, and I still didn't entirely trust this, but
I don't blame you. This entire situation has
couldn't-
been incredibly confusing and back and forth. I wouldn't trust me either. That's why I'm saying you have an out if you wish. You may, if you want to go now.
well, I can't just go if everyone, in the event that the rest of everyone else agrees. I will go as well. We will need a healer, even though I don't know.
And,
Well, Shouldn't we at least send a letter to Sovanosk in case we get delayed? I was just telling Karya that.
I would ask the king to do that in our stead. It would be easier to do it here.
I can orchestrate that. I can have a letter sent. The ship
As
I was
that I'm on.
the charter ship I was preparing for you to get you back to Mordon was going to take a while to prepare anyway. Now it's been even more delayed because of this. It's going to take a while for the city to recover from this, if we recover.
As for me, I'm a bit on the fence. For one, you've got a hefty incentive for us to follow if we decide to go through with this. But at the same time, it's a red fucking dragon. I don't know too much about dragons, but just going off of the fact that it's red, I can already tell it's going to be a hell of a fight. We are going to be in probably with a very massive disadvantage, considering it's also a dragon.
If things go
And if what you're saying is true, and it's already killed multiple of your envoys, there's nothing stopping it from killing us. In fact, it's probably just gonna count us as more envoys, even if that's not the case, and probably still, I don't know, roast us into oblivion.
We
almost,
if it makes
I would say, without a doubt, it is probably going to try and eat you. Unless, for some reason,
That's what I'm
the
saying.
presence of a half-dragon changes that. But my intention is that you should never have to fight it. my hope and my plan is that you will never have to come within 50, 100, 200 feet of that dragon. Killing it is going to be our job. All I'm asking is for something to keep it occupied until such a time as we can get a good angle on it.
I'm using a Pearl of Power to regain my first level spell slot.
Okay. Just fucking check over in the corner of ring buffing.
Karya, in case we do have to fight this, I have an enlarged person. You're the target.
Very good.
We're not. Are you serious? We can't fight the
In
dragon.
case.
It's
Case.
if it's Karya's father. No shot. No
Alright,
chance.
father. Wait.
If it was my father, then this kingdom would have already been torched. It doesn't matter how large it is,
Karya,
you would know.
You said your father was Orthos, correct?
Indeed. Unfortunately.
Orthos, as I remember, is very, very old. At least from what little I know and what you've told me, he would be considerably larger than the reports I've seen.
That's what I had suspected. He also, frankly, wouldn't care much for this. This is far enough away that it wouldn't make any sense for him to be here. My worry was that it could have been one of his brood.
Yes. What if it's one of your other family members?
Yes, well, that in of itself could be a problem that I knew that one day I might have to face, so... I don't intend to fight this thing, but I also don't intend to allow even the potential of my ancestors and those who are my brother and sister to cut down your people, Guillermo. So, I take this as my responsibility, and I'll be heading out. You all can join me, and
Well,
I'll
hold
be
on
at the
then.
card.
Well, hold on then, before you go. If things go downhill and we actually have to fight this dragon, should we not at least come up with a plan B in case, diplomacy fails?
What do you
The
think?
plan B is a lot of
With
guns.
ice battles.
When this should happen, you should not be alone. You will have the entirety of the Lorvis military at your back. Which is why I say it should not be you killing the dragon. If you are at a point where you are forced to fight the dragon and you have no way of running, find another way to run. I want to make this clear. I do not see you all as mercenaries or as lives to be thrown away. That is why the job I am hoping to give you here is one that involves only flight. And in the event that you have to fight this thing, you will do so with the full backing and the full support of the Lorvis military.
And I can only hope that will convince the dragon to leave. I'm confused as to why it would go on such a rampage out of nowhere. Normally, at least when they get that big, they can talk.
I don't know dragons very well. So far, the only example that I have is you and your brother. Up until this point, I would have had no clue whether most dragons operate on animal instinct. This one seems entirely preoccupied with its hunger, nothing else.
Perhaps
about
it's
it,
too
then.
young.
If it is the size that they say, then I highly doubt it would be that young. Some of the dragons we've faced so far are... Oh, hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Okay, sorry. My phone just died. It broke. I don't know what's going on. It's fine. The dragons that I have encountered and that we have encountered are dragon kin at most. The wyverns and the troglodytes even on a lesser extent. But they are more animalistic. But dragons, true dragons, have intelligence. And, well, that brings about a whole new concern of mine. If this thing is going on a rampage, it concerns me that... Well, I don't know yet, and I don't wish to speak on it, but if deep corruption reached our brood, I worry that it may have caught others. We'll have to see.
Concerning. He's going to look to the rest. Those who have been less talkative, he's going to look to, in this case, I guess in this case, Vark and Mallory, actually, since they've said very little on the subject.
Lark, again, you know how he is. Standing in the corner, probably dimly lit by this point. So it's just kind of fading out of sight. Just kind of takes a step closer towards the light. And then he, with his arms still crossed in front of his chest, he shrugs and goes, honestly, I don't know. I've read about dragons a lot. Never killed one. Why not try?
The king gives you a sort of askance look, almost as if he kind of expected that from you, but it's still strange to hear. And then he looks to Mallory. And what is your take on this?
Ideally,
Hmm?
ideally, I'd like to not risk my hide for this. Even transporting something toward a red dragon is dangerous. But since you mentioned the Match and Lock Company, you have my interest.
If you wish,
I like
as part of your reward, should this go off well, I can put you in liaison with representatives from the Match and Lock Company. No doubt that someone with the king's word, normally they do not trade very freely with other nations or random individuals. If you wish, I will put in a word with you, and at the very least, I'm sure that they'd be happy to make you a bespoke piece, if not make a long-standing partnership, should you wish to do that. If your interest is guns, we have those.
Sorry, I'm eating white rabbit candy. It's very, very taffy.
Sticky. So, that sounds like a maybe?
Yeah, he is going to say that that just getting into contact or the possibility of becoming a liaison isn't enough. He would like a guarantee if he's going to stick his neck out.
The reason I can't... The reason I didn't give an absolute is because the members of the Match and Lock Company can be very capricious at times. But if you want, I can put the heel down and force the matter.
Only if the need arises.
Well, it
If
shouldn't.
that's the case,
I have a feeling that if you do this, they should have no objection to working with you, unless there is something on a purely personal basis that repels you from one another. In that case, I can't help very much, besides pressing their obligation as subsidies of the state. But you have my guarantee that they will hear you out, and they will, at the very least, commission. They will take commissions.
wonderful. And may I borrow one of your firearms for this mission?
One of the there's a as he slowly starts to walk out of his office, transition into the hallway. You see that there is a gathering of what look to be like heavily armored troops, many of whom have muskets at their sides. They are gathering in the courtyard outside, to the side in the side entrance, side courtyard. Go figure. They're gathering and getting into formation out of sight of the populace. Viramo sees this. He looks to you. And then he breaking away from the group, he walks over to one of the soldiers in formation. He says, "Soldier, yes, my king. Are you here for an inspection? Not quite as such, though I most certainly would like to inspect your rifle. As he, absolutely, sir. Please hands it over to him. Guillermo takes it in both hands, gives it an appreciative heft and an eye, and says, "And your powder and shot, sir." Absolutely, my king. As he takes a leather pouch of musket balls and a horn full of powder and wattage. He has those. Guillermo takes those, slips them into his belt, and says, "Excellent. See your quartermaster about getting a replacement." And he then immediately strides back over to you, Mallory, and hands you the musket.
Vark just slowly turns away, pinches the bit of his nose.
Is that enough for
that
you?
just happens.
If it's not
No.
quite obvious, I want this dragon dead.
Yeah, it's on
Hold
you
on,
guys for
sorry.
not making the most out of it. This is 1,500 gold pieces right in my hand.
Actually, Holo will come back in. Do you have like a royal alchemist or anything like that?
We have a couple.
Look.
We have a couple. I need to remind you, we
Guys.
do not have much time. If you have requests,
Yeah.
make them. I'll see if they're feasible. But yes, we have a couple of royal alchemists.
Any of them good at poison?
Oh boy.
Implicitly, yes.
Bring your best one to me, please.
I'll send for one.
If you have
He stops someone in the hall and says, "Send for the royal alchemist." It's my liege, and then immediately it's off.
There we go.
Are you
Oh my-
intending to poison the fish?
Yep.
Well, ideally,
To be
the dragon should never even touch the fish. But if it comes to that, I suppose that's good.
Well, I'm already making it smell extra juicy for him.
Well,
Or at least trying.
I was gonna suggest a
Hey Vark, what was
I
that
thought
painting?
Vark. Yeah, I thought Vark was the alchemically gifted between among you, but maybe I've been wrong.
Both of them.
Point
No, that's
being-
both of them.
I'm really good at poisons.
Just
So
hear the
so-
Well,
poisons.
I
In
was
Path-
gonna suggest.
Pathfinder and D&D 3.5 being capable with poisons. Well, no, actually, no. In Pathfinder 3.5, you have craft poison making. In Pathfinder, being good at making poisons also requires ranks in alchemy, so you are also implicitly good at alchemy.
Yeah, fair enough. I was gonna suggest whipping up something alchemical to make the fish more appealing to the dragon.
That's actually what I was doing in the background.
Yep.
keep in mind that is an if. We. If this dragon has lost its intelligence, then perhaps it would work, but if it is sentient and simply going on a rampage, it may only anger it.
It may simply.
Varg reaches into his handy haversack, and he does a little sleight of hand trick. I will roll if you want me to, but just for roleplay's sake.
While
he
you're
does
doing
thing
that,
where he pulls out. Yep, go ahead.
while you're doing that, Guillermo does address Kari and says, "At this point, we have very little evidence to suggest otherwise. If it's smarter than it lets on, then it's not going to fall for this trick, or it's much less likely to fall for this trick. In which case, we have to meet it in a land battle, and we have to deal with a flying death machine that breathes fire and can circle strafe an entire army.
If we just bring two people as the runners, I can teleport them out quite a bit away.
That's not a terrible idea.
Yeah, so it could just be me and someone else. Kari, you're pretty good at the.
That doesn't
I was
Same.
intending
That-
to do that.
that doesn't account for trying to lure the dragon, though, and you cannot outrun them on foot.
Wait a minute, I said visualization of something real quick. Hold on. Keep doing your thing. I need to.
Mark, you were doing something? You may roll.
Varg
me
does
for
that thing where he pulls out a single capsule out of his bag, and then he flicks his hand, and now he has 3 of them stuck between his fingers. These induce
Oh.
vomiting. upon
Yes,
ingestion.
that's what I wanted to ask about. Yes, that's what I wanted to ask about.
Mark, if I may, I have a very distinct memory of the last time we attempted to feed the dragon one of these. Oh, but the fish. I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fit. Yeah.
Oh, how evil.
My mistake
Oh,
with the wyvern was trying to feed the wyvern the capsule itself by hand. We just need to place these amongst the fish, or inside them even.
I would like to point out that preparing for the possibility that the dragon catches up to you and actually manages to eat the fish would quite likely result in the destruction of your cart as a whole. So I believe that
There's always the possibility of
If
pushing it out
something
the
you-
back, but then you don't know whether or not the dragon is going to focus on the fish or on the moving target.
That would at least answer some questions.
exactly you
And
are
Actually,
Probably
that's
not
quite true.
well.
That would help us discern whether or not the creature is.
Actually looking for prey, or if it's looking for food.
Or
It's
just looking to murder.
Ultimately, how you go about this is up to you as a group. I can't dictate how you're going to do this. All I ask is that you grab that dragon's attention and you bring him towards that bluff.
I'll do what I can.
Also, side note for the DM, I forgot to give myself an Arcanist feat, so Arcanist exploit. So, do put it in right now.
I will say I doubted you initially, Your Majesty, but in the end, I will go with the group.
It's fine to doubt me. I'm human. I'm flawed, and I am not above distrust. The crown
And,
makes little difference in that regard.
Yes, and also, admittedly, doubting people is a new skill I'm learning.
Something that's very useful, speaking from personal experience. It's a useful skill to pick up, especially in my line of work. Alright. I'll leave you all to plan. Shizuka, if you would look after them, please. I need to go get people organized. I need to get the military mobilized.
I was gonna ask where you want me to be with the group, with the bluff.
You seem to work with them quite well. I trust you'll be able to do. I trust they'll take care of you, and I trust you can assist them in what they need to do. I'm sorry to ask.
Well,
this
if the gunners manage to tear through the dragon's wings and force it to land, I will be sure to give it the first strike.
By all preference, if that does happen, I would rather not even chance it. But if we manage to ground the dragon and you wish to try and finish off before he has a chance to flee, I leave that to your judgment.
Allowing the dragon to flee would
Maybe
potentially just earn us a grudge.
There's a grudge and lead to future issues, and I would rather stop here now. Okay,
Exactly.
I have lots of people to talk to. Please coordinate, collude, decide amongst yourselves, but be quick, as he will turn with a flare of his cloak, entirely unintentional, and he will stride back to the war room, the heels of his boots clicking against the marble flooring. It is barely audible above the din that is now reached in the palace. So the king has departed to go see to matters of state.
Well, I suppose then we'll be off as well.
We have much to prepare for.
This is. Alright, let's just get this done and over with.
Something, curse you, Bale. Anyways.
Flick during this time has been like still like kind of like pensive and thinking, kind of occasionally running one of his hands and claws through his through the back of his head, through his fur, like occasionally like stroking his ears. Eventually, he kind of adjusts himself, stands up straight, and says, "You know what? I'm convinced too. Count me in." Right.
Admittedly, no matter how harebrained the scheme, they've never ended quite like this. So, I guess this world always comes up with new surprises.
Indeed.
Listen, I don't know how y'all think of Chaika, but even she has a conscience.
Entire town being destroyed. That would never provoke a reaction from her. Yes. It sounds as though some with more reluctance than others, you all are willing to take on this, frankly, insane idea to distract the dragon, drag its attention towards a sort of kill box to allow the army of Lorbus to shoot it down. In the meantime, as things begin to get rolling and people go about their preparations, Hollow, you are able to, within the hour, prepare a sort of olfactory enhancer for the fish that you can douse them with. That is kind of like an olfactory MSG almost.
Oh boy.
The Royal Alchemist who eventually finds you in the side courtyard of the palace, where the fish are once more being loaded up onto the big cart, and you are in the middle of just over a sort of like mini stove that you always have, sort of mini fire with a small pot, are preparing this concoction. They join you with like alchemical supplies, alembics, books, and pouches of ingredients in their arms, and
the nerds have gathered.
The chemistry nerds specifically. They ask what the
My people.
They ask what the goal is, what you're intending to do, and when they see what you're boiling up, they very enthusiastically assist. Also, there was the mention of poison.
Yes.
Kind of
Real
like
quick,
what we did with the wyvern, or is that different?
real quick, are we wanting to make, because Vark brought up the ipecac kind of poison? Do we want to go with that, or do we want to go with something that can just fuck it over in a different way, just out of character?
Well, I mean, honestly, fucking the thing over, few things would fuck it over more than just a heaping, like, vomiting fit. But it depends on what poison you want to cook up, because if you can cook up a poison that'll completely debilitate this thing, that could help us a lot.
What was that moonberry poison again? The intelligence drain?
Moonberry got turned into antidotes, and I doubt those are fresh anymore to where I could even remotely extract anything out of them.
No, you could. They are purely antidotes at this point. You could not reverse engineer the reverse
I could have sworn he made it.
I made
into poisons.
I made my, like, I think I call it Silent Silver, which is a really nasty,
That's
mercury.
He traded it, if I remember correctly. No, you didn't get rid of it. Yeah.
No, I didn't get rid of it. I actually have all the dosages on me still.
Just honestly, pick up a fish, just dump one into each fish, and just let the poison cocktail begin.
But the thing is, do we want this thing? Because if it throws up, that poison's probably not going to really get into the,
Yeah, not only is the poison not going to get into the system, you also have to remember it still has to make a con save, even if it's ingested, and it's a dragon.
Yeah, I know.
What if we just tranquilize it instead of poison it?
But listen. If you give it 20...
Karia would also anybody here with any anybody who wants to give me a knowledge arcana about what you might have at some point heard. Karia knows, at least from some personal experience, about what dragons might be resistant. Oh yeah, Bark with a 38.
Okay.
38
Damn, calm
the
down.
insight bonus. And also Hollow Hollow not far behind with a 31. God. Anybody that's rolling below a 30 at this point so far knows the various general resistances. Dragons are very hardy, especially the older they get. They tend to be very resistant to most mundane things. A dragon also typically is resistant to various types of kinds of debilitation, also whatever element they are aligned with. Vark and Hollow Hollow, Vark was quicker on it. You know that any poison that would tranquilize or paralyze will have no effect.
Yeah, so we can't put this thing to sleep or paralyze it.
Yeah. Also, it's a red dragon, so we shouldn't use anything fire-related.
Well, it's also a reptile. I don't even think it could actually. That's metagaming, but still, reptiles can't taste capsaicin, to my knowledge.
Oh no, I mean
right.
like if we're attacking it, like let's say
That's
shooting
fair.
it with a fire round won't be as effective as shooting it with maybe something else, kind of.
Yeah,
You know.
no. I don't
And
even specialize in
Surprisingly
fire.
intuitive.
I was going to say real quick. Listen, if we give it 20 separate con saves, it's gotta fail some of them.
You'd think, but knowing our luck and how inconsistent we are, it would succeed all of them.
Yeah, if it has a con save of like plus 20 to whatever it rolls, it's probably not going to fail.
Yeah, to put into perspective right now, because I don't think I'm nearly as strong as a full-grown dragon, right now Karia has a fortitude save of plus 11. Now, I don't know, metagame-wise, how good it would be for that dragon, but even then, even if the DC was 20, that's a 50% chance, and if we get unlucky, which we often do,
That's fair.
it would probably succeed.
The poison I have right now has a DC of 22, I believe.
So
right now,
something to talk about if we're talking about pure maths.
Yeah.
Or in the case of like making contingent plans like this, is you have some time to prepare. How you choose to use it is up to you. But there is an argument to be made for the chance at getting an edge. Even if it's not guaranteed, if it might get you a leg up, sometimes that's all you can prepare. That's all you can manage to prepare.
Actually, while we're doing this,
something you miss every shot you don't take.
Something like that.
Actually,
literally.
real quick, Holo Holo's gonna look over at the Royal and say, "Do we have any like scales or anything like that? Anything you guys were able to recover from these
I don't know what the
incidents?"
king told you, but if anybody that got close got roasted.
Oh, okay, well, shame.
DM, I asked the gods above, aka can I knowledge check? Is there anything I can do with that funny death staff we have in the back?
No, no.
Well,
Mm,
first
I
of all, one
wouldn't do
thing
that.
I do want to mention actually,
I
since people
don't-
rolled quite high on the Arcana. First of all, red dragons are weak to cold, as in they do take extra damage from it. So if that affects any of your decisions, there's that. As for if you can roll, to if you can somehow implement this death staff, sure, roll me an Arcana.
Not more of what would the effects be if I did use it.
Sure.
If I can get a gauge of it.
I think that's why he asked for the Arcana check.
Yeah.
Yep. Roll it.
I
Well, it's death energy, so if it hits it hard with death energy, it's probably going to die.
Will Checo say something out loud about that, or will she keep that quiet?
keep it quiet. She's
Okay, because
she's,
if you-
with what she's thinking, she goes, "Yeah, that's fine, not a good idea."
Yeah, no, like death, like negative energy. One thing it does very good is kill living things. Also heal undead.
yeah.
Oh.
Also, that's good for Shizuka. Although if it's a big enough and strong enough AOE, it might also backfire on us.
Yeah,
But,
I don't want to
but
die.
real-
On the army you will have in the back.
Yeah,
But
I
real
don't know the
quick, though-
specifics. Like, or maybe if it's a cone, we'll be safe. But then the landscape around will start to resurrect dead zombies, and then the landscape around the village, or I mean the kingdom, will be forever tainted. I don't know. This thing is weird.
I had 3 voices in my head. That sounds like my friends.
But yeah, no. Let me finish. It's okay. I just need to ask another question.
Oh, I also had a question. You can go first if you want.
Oh, okay. So it was just the last part of the question. So, do we want an Uber Ipecac essentially, or do we want a poison that can actually fuck up its brain? That being, if it goes through.
I think its brain may already be fucked with, if that makes sense.
That's also true. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but like further drain that to where it could, making it maybe brain dead.
There is a precedent for draining mental scores until coma, until induced coma.
Yeah, because the poison I have can do that. I just need to work with the alchemist to see if we can make like a version of it that acts faster.
Do we have
It may be immune. It may be immune to paralysis, but it is not immune against being lobotomized.
Yeah, exactly.
That's true.
That's true.
Actually, you know what? Holo will pull
Dragon,
out.
take this one simple trick.
Lost Jake.
Holo will pull out the vials of that very evil fucking poison he made and just kind of show it to the alchemist. It's a mercury nitrate based poison. I think if it would take a bit for it to work, and we obviously don't have that time. But is there a way we could perhaps hasten the effects of it?
One of the alchemists looks it over and says, No, mercury is a slow-acting poison. It would take some sort of magical enhancement to make it act quicker. The other one is to keep times, but we could try and make something that could achieve a similar effect, but faster. It would have to be something made from scratch. Well, Holo knows for a fact that his alchemical work is considerably quicker than most. He's actually quite fast with his alchemical crafting. So making something in that time,
Yeah. Master Alchemist go burr.
Master Alchemist go burr. Thank you, my love.
Oh.
All right, then bring those ingredients and unless you already have them, and let's get to work.
Yeah, they just dump the ingredients on the floor next to the pot you've got boiling.
Okay.
It's the Final Fantasy 14 like alchemist crafting where he just like kneels down and has the station in front of him.
Basically.
I take it they're going to help with this.
Yes,
the
they're going
two
to
alchemists.
assist you in your alchemy check.
Does anyone else want to, aka Vark?
Does anyone else? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Vark and maybe
Guidance.
Draco.
Guidance.
Alchemy, huh? That was a different Chico.
That was a different Draco.
That is Aiko.
That's
okay.
Aiko. I don't know that bitch.
Okay, a +1.
That was Gunko.
All right. And no.
Yeah.
No. Damn. All right.
I'm kidding.
Chico rolls up her sleeve. No, you're helping. Go.
There you go.
Oh my god.
Hell yeah.
Oh my god.
Kill the dragon, boys.
Icy.
Woo, Dragon Slayers. Woo!
I like how our job is technically to,
Oh, that's
deliver
a
the
third.
payload, and now we're doing all of this.
Oh wait, that's a 39, and with the Vark helping, that's a 41. Oh. Oh
To be
boy.
fair, you're dead on. You know, this is our mission is to deliver the payload, but we're also poisoning that payload to make sure that it's a really devastating one.
Yeah, just in case the dragon ends up eating it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
What's it called?
I imagine dragons are very fast, though. I don't think we can run from
dragons.
Shut up.
Imagine dragons.
Imagine.
Believable serpents.
Believable serpent.
So, I was actually. Do you want to finish the alchemical stuff first before I say something?
Yes.
Awesome. One check.
If the royal alchemists were able to succeed, that'll be a 45 total, I think.
Just check something real quick.
Well, there's two. I don't know how many were alchemists are. Also,
Two of them, I
quick interjection. Believable Serpents. If you watched Arcane, I'm pretty sure that's the incanonical name for the group that Imagine Dragon plays in the Arcane universe.
I also still had my question.
What's your question?
So this is something I learned from Catherine, who doesn't exist in this world.
Nice.
But firearms deal damage against touch. How confident would Mallory feel with a gun facing a dragon?
Very, very important fact. Touch AC only on the first range increment.
So
Ah.
for a musket, that is what are the range increments on that musket? Here we go. A musket's range increment is 40 feet. So you can, if you are within 40 feet of the dragon, punch right through its armor.
But I'd be dead.
If you're within 40 feet of a dragon, quite possibly.
More than likely. Do it. No,
yeah,
I'm kidding.
probably.
Alright. Okay.
So
I need to increase.
how safe would you feel? I couldn't tell you. That's up to Mallory. How secure do you feel you could punch through the armor? More so than with like a crossbow.
About as confident as Suzette when we were playing Ensvi the other day.
Ha!
So that was feeling very confident.
Exactly. You may feel very confident, but I can't promise it will happen.
Real quick, by the way, with a 45, am I at least able to take a small vial of this substance as well? Like have my own little small vial on hand.
45 is an epic level DC roll.
Okay, got one to make sure.
This is what happens with specialists in Pathfinder. Also with assistants. You, over the course of the next hour, brew a concoction so noxious that you have to wear face protection. You and everybody else nearby it. The army that are gathering in the courtyard make a berth around the cart where you're brewing this. And it's actually a really good thing you created that scent enhancer because and you applied it before you did this because good God, this smell alone would probably drive the dragon away. What is the intended purpose of this poison? Is to hamper the mental faculties?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. I will not give you the exact statistics of this poison yet until you try it out on someone. You are very.
I can't tell you how effective this war crime is until it happens.
Yeah, you have to. This has to go through animal testing and human testing. It has to go through clinical trials before you can actually tell what the fuck this is going to do and how effective and how quickly it'll act. But with the how efficiently you and the Royal Alchemists have been working, and the ingredients you've added, and the processes you've run it through, you are, if nothing else, guaranteed that this will act fast and it will act hard if it takes.
Okay.
So what damage it does, what DC it does, what DC it has, I will not elucidate just yet.
Okay. But I'm able to take like a spare vial or two, right?
Considering the amount you need to make to be able to drench the fish in this, you'll have enough left over to take a couple bottles, yes.
Okay.
You can have,
So-
I'll say 3 doses.
I believe, doesn't Master Alchemist also increase the amount hold? I think I
It
added.
just increases the speed at which you craft.
No, because it has an extra thing in there. Hold on. Yeah, you can create a number of doses equal to your intelligence modifier at one time.
Ah, I see.
That's terrifying.
You just crafted this in
Is that
bulk.
just? Is this poison or does it just do poison or potions?
Poison?
No,
Sorry,
this is for poison.
Master Alchemist, yeah, that's just alchemical. Oh wait, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're making mundane alchemical items much more quickly than normal. When making poisons, you create a number of doses equal to your intelligence.
Okay.
Not potions.
Yeah.
Potions
Okay.
is a magical thing.
Yeah, that's what I was asking because potions and poisons kind of don't seem equal, but they also.
I think without Master Alchemist, normally you only make one dose at a time. In this case, you make however many is equal to your intelligence mod.
Yeah.
Oh.
So is it alright if I have 6, or do you just want?
Go for it. Yeah.
Okay.
Also, you're welcome. The only reason you succeeded that roll is because I gave you guidance.
Hey,
Wow.
teamwork.
No, the only reason you succeeded was because I forced Bark to help you.
Okay, I'm just gonna call it.
They say the only reason you succeeded is because I
Propaganda.
had those extremely key Royal Alchemist in you.
I'm just gonna call it 6 vials of liquid unlife and call it there.
Liquid unlife.
Liquid death.
It's
because liquid death is
No, call it
copyrighted.
liquid lobotomize.
Liquid death is indeed copyrighted.
Yeah, that's why I said that's why I didn't call it liquid death.
Yeah, no, liquid lobotomy.
Liquid unalive.
Liquid unalive.
Also,
it's a bottle of life begone.
Liquid brain rot.
Also, hollow,
Life
hollow.
be
Please take a
Liquid
gander
thinner,
into
anyways.
simple path.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We need to cook.
We need to cook. Oh, yeah.
I
Yeah, no, that's-
imagine the Royal Alchemists, after making this, they go, "Oh
Someone
yeah,
great.
oh yeah."
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
The alchemists are suitably impressed with how fucking noxious the thing you've made is.
You are now fired from here. Get out of here. You're a monster.
You scare us, young one.
Yeah,
I know.
we would offer you a position here at the castle if you weren't utterly terribly, incredibly terrifying. Please leave.
When did they actually say something
No,
like?
they say something along those lines. It's not like please leave. It's like you are incredibly terrifying, and I would offer you a place as an apprentice if it weren't for the fact that, well, for one, you're a traveling and free individual, and I would fear for my job security.
Yeah, you're a better poisoner than me. Get away, please.
But yes, you make a noxious chemical. Alchemy is dealt with. Shizuka, you had something you wanted to bring up.
Yes, I was scouring the list of magic items to find something to contribute to this epic dragon slaying battle. And ultimately, I think the best option I've come up with so far is Shizuka would like to go to the, like, I guess, Royal Quartermaster ? And ask about the possibility of procuring flasks of sovereign glue.
Sovereign glue.
The anxiety that fills my being whenever someone mentions those two words.
Sovereign
Yeah.
glue. Yes.
Sovereign glue.
I was.
Good question. Whether or not they would just have flasks of that in the royal quarters, in the royal storage.
And, well, procure also potentially there is magic shops in Lorbus that have this stuff that could be procured quickly if they don't have this on
Lorbus
stock.
doesn't really like most places don't really have magic shops. You more or less have shops that on occasion will stock magical items. There's very few, and there's very little in the terms of like a proper magical shop, besides maybe back in Rosaino, where you have an entire magical university churning out magic items. So they have affiliate stores where they sell the stuff that the students make for their school projects.
Basically. If it wasn't obviously clear, Shizuka's plan being to throw flasks of glue at the dragon's wings.
I thought you were gonna try and glue its intestines shut.
Nah.
Look
you know,
at the back
if
of
we
our
get-
look at the
if
back
we
of our
get
trunk.
swallowed. Yeah, if we get swallowed, there's few things that'll stop it breathing by then shattering those glasses in its esophagus.
It's Shizuka's biggest worry is less killing it on the spot and more keeping it in place. Because quite frankly, the biggest danger of a dragon is the fact it can fucking fly.
Yeah.
Um
Ari would at least know that most adult dragons never touch the ground when hunting. That's like
Yep.
like
They
squaring
don't
up
need
to
to.
your prey. whether big or small, is asking to die. You strafe them with breath until they die, and then you land.
Become a living A10 warthog, basically.
Never give them a chance to hit you. That's like most dragons are savvy enough
Basically.
hunters to
And
take
It's better
advantage
get
of
hit or
the
not
weather.
get hit.
I was specifically trying to look for something. If you know from 5e, the item like the bands of Bolero, I think they're called. I like to call them. I call them. I like to call that item affectionately the ball of instant bondage. Because it's just like this ball of iron bands, and you throw it at something, and then it like expands to completely immobilize the target, basically. It's as I said, this ball of instant bondage. I tried to just look for something like that, but I didn't find it up until like I scrolled all the way down to like 5,000 GP in cost, and at that point I just gave up. So Sovereign Glue is my best option right now, to just throw it at its wings and see if like something gets stuck.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Kingdom of Loris doesn't really have much of a history of hunting dragons, so there's not much in the royal storage that really is like you would judge correctly that there is not much in storage that might serve well in a dragon hunt, whether to immobilize or otherwise. The royal treasury and the royal storage, the royal storehouse, do not contain anything that would help very much. Perhaps other places in the world may have like old dragon bane equipment that they keep in storage for perhaps the one day where dragons rise once more. But Lorbus, being a relatively young country and one that is over its history been concerned with other issues, doesn't have much that'll help with that. However, there is, as a matter of fact, from the alchemists, they say that they do have a source that they occasionally purchase Sovereign Glue from, specifically for the purpose of either repairs to the palace and other key infrastructure in the city, or for the sake of construction, especially in more unstable places. It's often used in the foundations of some of the more key structures. Sovereign Glue is put to use so as to fasten the bindings until something more secure can be put into place. As Sovereign Glue is incredibly powerful, but also, I mean, anything will dissolve under a universal solvent. Actually, that's thinking about that. That's why it's universal. It's they have stuff, but usually when they need it, they order it. They order it for purpose because it's expensive. In the grand scheme of things, on a kingdom's budget, not overly expensive, but it's still a heavy investment for a single bottle of fluid. For what's basically a bottle of make whole, you would be able to source 2 bottles from the royal treasury.
Awesome.
Also,
I'm just gonna write this down in my inventory.
A little
Bottle.
like unrelated side thing that just kind of popped into my head. Imagine someone gets swallowed by the dragon, and then within the dragon's stomach they hear, "Hey, you're in here too, huh?" And then they look to the side, and it's Doku.
Goku.
I thought you were just saying it's Bartleby. I thought you were just. It's like, how the fuck did you?
Bartleby?
Yeah, it's like, hi. So you're in here
How you
too, huh?
Hi, how are you?
For a second, I thought you were gonna say Farland.
No,
Farland.
no,
Did you say
Fallen.
game show in there? But yes.
Another thing I would like to procure, which isn't of the magical variety.
Gold. Give me your money.
No, I'm gonna treat this thing like fucking Ahab treated the white whale. I'm gonna get harpoons.
Oh,
That's fair.
White
Yes.
whale, holy grail.
White were holy grail.
Harpoons!
Oh yeah,
It's
Karia's
so
our
funny. Yeah,
Kari-
yeah. It's so funny too because when I was I was watching a short video on that Bale fight from Elden Ring, and someone then spliced it with the 1968 movie that was just Moby Dick,
Mhm.
and the guy delivered that exactly how Ahab in that movie goes. It's
Yeah,
like,
no,
dude,
but
he practiced that
Yeah,
so much.
Egon is straight up an Ahab XP. He's like, his obsession with Bale is the exact same as Ahab's obsession with Moby Dick.
With Moby Dick, yeah.
Whole
Yeah.
harpoon fact. The only difference is one launches it with cannons, the other launches it with a bow. Yeah, Egon is absolutely the dragon hunting equivalent of of Ahab.
Is there just a feeble warrior outside our cart now with a great bow?
There's a summon sign. There's a summon
He's
sign next
laying
to our
there
car.
right next to the car, going, "Ah, the exquisite pain."
Towards the eye roll, unflinching serpent.
Yes, you only notice him after you get the cart rolling and the wheel rolls over his legs. Yes.
Oh no.
Anyway, no, Egon is not joining you for this hunt.
Damn.
He's far too passionate and far too useful. There's also just,
Guess I
there's
gotta
no,
do
just-
it.
There's just no such thing as dragon hunters in this age.
Me looking it over at Karian.
I'm not a dragon hunter intentionally, okay? I'm just preparing for the worst because I know my parents.
You are
or
a
my
half
well, I know my yeah. I'm a half dragon hunter, and if push comes to awful, which it probably will, a dragon hunter. But I don't do it by willingness.
Well, someone's got to take the mantle. All right.
Here I go.
Dragon hunting
All right.
psycho.
I'm gonna need that giant adamantine sword now that's bigger than my body.
Yeah, it falls right on top
no.
of you.
Yeah, no.
It spawns in the air right above you. Crush.
Finally. All right.
I love how the
Finally
DM
dead.
is so vehemently again. He's like every time he becomes a negotiator, he's like, "All right, I got this great idea to pitch to you," and we're like, "Oh, here
No.
comes with the MLM again." Yeah, and he's like, "Imagine sword, but this big," and then stretches his arms out, and the DM every time is like, "No, no to your
You just
investment."
you just hear my brother from the Berserk
Doesn't-
soundtrack getting louder as he explains it.
Doesn't
Like,
doesn't
short answer, it's a
Adamantite?
no from me.
Yeah, doesn't Adamantite have like triple the weight of a normal item?
Yes, it has tripled the weight. However,
It's also normally it's made in alloy, not pure.
yeah,
Also, it's incredibly
Oh,
expensive and hard to source.
yep, we'll get
Yeah,
there.
like-
All right, one of these days,
Maybe.
one of these
Get a
days,
source of adamantine.
we have to go north.
Imagine we find it.
By the way, Rami, I just learned of its existence. How do I get wings of flying?
Wings of flying?
Aren't you an Asimar? That's a feat
I don't
you
get
can
wings.
take. Yeah, Well, oh yeah, you're not that type. But I thought the Asimar had a racial feat that gave them wings.
Well, I chose differently.
Well, that's your
No,
you
no,
train-
but
meaning
get-
meaning that it's something you can do later, as in angelic blood. Do you have angelic blood?
Oh.
No.
isn't it also a feat?
Okay.
Angelic
Oh
blood
no,
is
wait,
also a
it's a
feat.
feat for me.
It's a
Hold on,
racial
hold on,
feat
hold-
Angelic blood
specifically.
and angelic wings are both racial feats that Asimar can take.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Yes,
Look, I'll-
angelic blood.
Look, 1 second. I will throw this
I'll
at you.
send the. I
I
can send them both if you
yeah,
want.
I got this.
You know what,
racial
Mallory?
feats-
I
I'm-
can fly anytime I want.
Yeah, you're very special.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I'm gonna get on Siren's back
You're
while
all,
I
you're, all
fly.
very, you're all very special.
it.
Each of you is the most merry of Sue, please.
I can fly when I bully Holo Holo enough, or when Holo Holo gets an idea.
Here we go.
Yeah. Okay.
No,
So here's the thing. Last time you flew, you fucked. you
You
got
kind of-
it went-
Yes, I made a tactical error. That is
You
on
know-
me.
There, Lynn. That should direct you directly to the bottom of the page where the racial feats are.
Yep. I was about to say. I'm shocked you didn't know. Yeah. Once you hit level 10, if you've got the correct feats, yeah, boom, wings.
I don't have angelic blood.
You can get angelic blood. That's another feat.
Oh, cool.
What's it called?
Or I could make
I
you fly.
love the imagery that because you can get trained in most feats. Someone trains Mallory
Oh no,
to
you
grow
can't.
wings.
Like the only way to like train
I know,
in like, a
I
racial
know.
feat is if you find some sort of way of like tapping into your race's specific abilities.
You start blood
I know.
replacing.
Oh god, no.
But it's a hilarious imagery.
We just get
Didn't
Mallory on the
even
top of a
mention-
cliff. Karya
Kick him off.
eats him, right?
Kick him off.
Then
like a bird
eventually,
like a
after
bird out of the nest.
thousands, yeah, if we do that for 1,000 years, eventually Mallory will evolve, and by evolving and through that evolution, he'll grow wings.
Yes. he'll
Alright,
come
so
back up.
2 feats later,
level-
which should be level 12, level 11 is when I'll be able to fly.
Potentially,
yes.
yes.
If you
Alright.
take those feats back to back, you'll get angelic wings.
Level 11. Mallory be like, I'm an angel with a shotgun.
There you
I
go.
mean, that's the
true.
goal. That's the...
You can also
Actually,
potentially.
I probably wouldn't even need to fly. I'd just be able to. I just could try and attempt a wall run using acrobatics.
That's
Hell yeah,
true.
dude.
What is more-
I mean,
imagine
if that's even
Mal-
possible.
I just imagine Mallory getting wings and then getting really sloppy flying, and meanwhile Flick is not even running, but he's just casually walking up the side of a wall like, no, Mallory, you're doing it wrong.
But yes.
Gravity's
something
just
level
an
15.
assumption.
So
Something level 15. I get to fly.
Anyways, y'all ready to go kick this dragon's ass? And by
So-
kick
Yeah.
this dragon's ass, I mean
Yes.
actively run away.
so
Yeah, let's do it.
to bring things back together. Time does wear on. Preparations are made.
I
Oh,
would like to
speaking-
specify I would like to specify before I was interrupted. I would like to get harpoons with ropes attached.
Absolutely, very manageable.
Oh.
As a matter of fact, there are a bunch being lined up with the cannon core.
Hey.
Ari, this is a dragon, not a sky whale.
You know what?
You
I
haven't
will-
fought
I
the
will
sky whales
just-
yet.
With
Ready to
hand of
run, kill us.
harpoon!
Bismarck. I've done that trial too many times, Bismarck.
Yeah, but
Vile Bismarck!
My other tank didn't hit the harpoon! Bismarck!
Don't watch
oh
out.
no,
it's gonna-
Karya, don't fall off the island.
Watch out! It's gonna bump
They
you.
didn't kill the damn bubble.
I'm gonna bump you. Oh, you didn't kill it. You didn't
Uh.
kill its two ads at the same time. Uh-oh. Anyway, so yes, preparations happen. Military gets mobilized. The city gets prepared for a potential evacuation. And the yes, what does it
I
say?
had a question in terms of preparation. This is kind of specific and weird, but during the days in which we're preparing for this,
You haven't got
Operation
days. You
Dragon.
got hours.
Real quick. Oh, wait, finish. Siren, you finish what you want to say. I have one last bit to say.
wait, I
Um,
thought didn't the
said-
king say that this was going to happen in a few days?
He said maybe a couple days, pessimistically hours.
And so
Okay.
we're
This
just
is
gonna
like-
we're gonna get the jump on the dragon.
So pessimistically, right? If we're getting the jump on the dragon and doing it in a few hours, so then are we doing this at night?
It would be just around the crack of dawn. You guys would have enough time to get a rest in.
Right, because I wanted
Real-
to ask if tonight would have been a full moon so that Hollow Hollow and I could exchange spells via our sickles again.
Unfortunately, not.
Okay.
we haven't done that in a while.
Yeah.
It's worth a shot.
Also,
Yeah.
Quest, really quick. I thought you said when you said enough time to get a rest in. I thought you said enough time to get arrested.
I mean,
Imagine
if you
we're
want to
gonna
go
fight
out,
the dragon
if you want to
and
have a
they're
really, if you want to have a really wild bender on your last night on this planet, then sure.
Real quick, though.
We want to reenact the scene from the second The Hobbit movie where Bart breaks out of prison mid-dragon attack.
Real quick, did we get our cut-off birds and Dura off the cart?
I mean, do you want them on the cart with you, or do you want to keep them here safe?
No.
Okay.
No, because I feel like the cart's gonna be destroyed.
Maybe. It is. It would be interesting to see how bullet plating holds up against dragon fire, dragon claws.
I'm glad you remembered that.
Yes.
Anyway,
I have kept in mind all the alterations you've made to this card. And also I remember very early on when you guys were talking about making this into a moving house.
But yeah, no. Point is, I think it would be
Time to
smart
make
to
it a
not
blip.
have a cart during this.
Where would you like
just
them? Where would you like them kept in the meantime?
Is there like a small room in the castle where we could just like put down the chest and like the birds?
Sure.
Yeah. Much to like any like housekeeper or like castle keepers like chagrin, the fucking merchants going, hello.
Meanwhile, the chest is just it's just a chest.
Put them.
It's just a chest.
No, what you do is you put the birds at like the threshold to the audience room. So whenever there's a runner that passes, the birds always go hello.
Hello.
It's like a doorbell.
Ingenious idea. All right.
Basically,
Here's how we're gonna track the dragon. All right, you have ropes on those javelins, yeah. So we're gonna tie the birds to the end of those ropes, and you're gonna let it go, so that we'll be able to track it because the bird will keep saying hello to the dragon and drive it insane.
Hello.
Talking about harebrained
Please do not do that to our birds.
Yeah, please
I
don't
thought we
do
hated them.
I
love my bird.
Yeah, I thought we hated them. We hate traveling with them. They love them. Except that one time that they gave them complete and total sentient intelligence and then took it away from them.
Listen.
In all honesty, I shouldn't hate them. My mother made them, but look at them.
I mean, yeah, they're basically like your adopted siblings, kind of.
Yep.
You're like
We all
polar
have problems with our
opposites.
kin, okay?
Like, they're very opposite in extremes in terms of intelligence.
Yeah, exactly. Listen. We all have issues with our siblings and kin, okay?
Yeah,
Mine's trying to currently burn down this capital, and Varks are annoying.
Actually, yeah.
So
no,
yeah, I think
look,
that's
look
fair.
at this. It's like Shaiko with her dad, Karya with his dad, Siren with her family going missing. Holo, actually, he's actually pretty well adjusted, all things considered. Though he's an
Pretty
orphan.
nice family.
He's an adopted orphan. Mallory, yeah, definitely familial issues, especially hang-ups about his sister. Vark with his mom issues. What do you call it? Flick with his sister, and the outlier being Shizuka.
Yeah, his sister
who's
having a
really
power trip.
yeah. Shizuka doesn't have familial issues. She's dead. Yeah, this entire party is family issues, apparently,
She
among
doesn't
other
have
things.
dad issues. She has dead issues.
Hey.
I'm so funny, I know.
Listen,
That's
she
not
can't.
bad.
She can't have issues with people who are already long dead.
Exactly.
So yeah,
Vark starts
which is
sobbing
why
violently
Karya
because
still
he
has issues. Anyway, so
killed them.
so yes, the hours while away. It starts to reach the crack of dawn as the military begins to mobilize in seriousness. The fish is once more loaded up onto the cart, now slathered in scent enhancer and a particularly noxious poison.
Oh yeah. Now I remember what I wanted to add.
Mhm.
If you wanted to, you could probably like soak like sheets of cloth in water and then drape them over the cart.
That's an idea.
That's not a terrible idea. That fire isn't going to be good.
Yeah, something rudimentary against the dragon's
Something to
breath.
help,
That
yeah.
could be very
Oh
easily
my god,
accomplished.
I have create water. I can find.
You just-
I can finally use create water.
Yeah, you can drape the cart in cloth, and then Mallory, if he volunteers for it, can cause a small rain cloud to appear over the cart and drench it in water. It's now
No.
Considerably more fire resistant.
That's not how it works. I'm gonna chug down my flask and conjure an endless stream of water from my flask.
I don't want to
well.
travel with Mallory anymore.
But yes, the military begins to mobilize. The cart is loaded. Shizuka is now armed with harpoons, which are sizable. Mallory has a rifle. Everybody run. Unless there's anything else you would like to do, you are all healed and your spell slots are recovered, as well as any other
Oh.
any other resources you regain on a rest, as the time spent, whether you spend it sleeping or just whether you just spend the time reclining and mentally preparing, eventually dawn does break, and
Oh,
a
some more spells. Yippee.
a messenger from the king passes on a missive saying that the military is ready to move in full force. Set out when you are able. You're giggling over there.
Yeah.
What is it? Is
I'm not giggling about this.
Is it okay? It's something else then. I don't suppose it's still about the bird thing, or is it something entirely removed?
It's not far.
Hmm. Well then.
Okay, so there's.
So anything else? Any last will and testament you'd like to pen and leave behind? Any people you'd like to say goodbye to?
We did pass that information over to Stanislav, yeah, or had the king do it.
Yes, you did.
That's my level +3.
And there might be
Very
a potential
good.
delay.
I have rounded down.
Yes.
So that would be
All right. So this is when I would ask the king to grant the legendary sword of the kingdom that totally probably exists, that's stored in the treasury, so that I can cut a dragon down and then give it back.
I would like to hold the axe of Whiterun, please.
So can you repeat all that, because I was slightly distracted.
Fire first.
Sorry,
Your joke first.
I just said this is when I asked the king to give forth his most legendary of items, just so I can temporarily borrow it, so I can kill, so we can kill this dragon, and then I can give it back.
Oh, his most legendary of items. Okay.
Here, have this kitchen knife.
No, he gives you.
And then I
he gives
asked
you,
for the
he
axe
gives
of
you-
Whiterun.
He gives you he can give you a cloak from the founder of Lorbus. Has no magic on it.
Well, I'll wear
Okay,
this
but what
blanket
about my
with pride.
Go figure.
Whoa.
Sometimes royal treasuries aren't mountains of magic items.
They-
Sometimes it's
they
just
have
money
nothing.
that's supposed to go back into the country.
Yeah, that's fair. That's you know what? Always worth a shot to check for
Mhm.
the one who has a master of
Yeah,
theatrics. Okay, but I'll wear this cape.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
I-
well, no, he gave that to you as a joke and then take it back because
I know. I know.
that's a country artifact. No, the what do you call it? Unfortunately, Lorbus does not have a history of great heroic leaders and like monster slayers that leave behind powerful magic items. It's a normal kingdom by normal people with
Damn.
no such great landmarks in history until now, apparently, when a dragon is attacking the city.
All
We're
right,
going
guys,
to
we get to
this,
become
right?
legend. Let's do this.
Yes, I shall
So,
bestow upon you my most favorite and legendary of items from my personal collection for you to use in your battle. It is my favorite book, Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy.
Oh
Uh,
Lord.
So my axe of Whiterun.
Real quick.
Your
Today's
accent-
session of all
only
time.
if you're
cart.
only if you were willing to carry only if you're willing to take on a follower that is sworn to carry your burdens.
Looks at my leadership feat.
Mhm.
What the?
Lydia
Next.
Lydia materializes out of nowhere. Snark and full go. Yes.
No way. You're not supposed to be in that. You're not supposed to be like, core. I have a
But
plan
I
for
am
that.
sworn to carry your burdens, Chico.
This is dead.
How about you go cure yourself off Dr.
I'm-
Whiterun?
Do we want to? I was gonna ask. Do we still want to go with the idea that only 2 people are on the cart, or do we want to have the whole band on the cart while this thing is running us down?
It's not gonna change the speed of the cart.
No, it's not gonna change the speed of the
Yeah.
cart, but I can grab.
Listen,
I
The
could grab someone else
question
the fuck out of there is what I'm trying to say.
the question I would level at that point, if there's only 2 people in the cart, where are the others? Waiting with the army?
That would be my guess, but well, I mean, we obviously don't want to do it. That was just a suggestion.
I'm gonna say this. Realistically, I'm going to say there's about a 20% chance this turns into a fight because Mr. DM allowed me to break the game here a little. Let me a little. I guarantee you something's going to. You have the fight prepared. You're going to not want to happen, but one of us is going to fuck up and unluckily start a fight.
Maybe.
So I honestly, with that intention, with that going on in my head, I say we all get on the cart because it's not going to change much. A fight's going to break out eventually.
I will say, if some of you stay with the army, you will be a fair distance away from potentially where they intend to shoot the dragon down. Means if you want to go join the fight, you're going to have to either have some range prepared or spend a while running.
Varg pulls out the coins again.
Oh boy.
I mean, fucking Shizuka definitely wants to be on the card because throwing weapons don't go that far.
They don't. Also, something to note is as dawn begins to break, it's a gray morning. The sun barely manages to breach through the horizon's cloud cover as the skies are filled with clouds and the ground is covered with a thick layer of fog and mist. It's a small, thin downpour, a drizzle begins. The weather is a little bit dreary, a little bit miserable. This does mean
Lovely.
there's a warning being given out by several of the sergeants leading squadrons, saying, "The shift in weather today. Be careful to watch out for watch your visibility, watch where you point your firearms, and be careful of mud."
And also, don't let your black powder get wet.
Mm-hmm. Which is why all the soldiers are each given a powder horn, which is sealed with wax paper.
Am I getting one of those?
Hmm?
Am I getting
Oh yeah,
one
no,
of
the king
those?
gave you one of those with the rifle. That and a ball.
Oh,
and
lovely.
a pouch of musket balls.
Nice.
He just gave you a gun with no ammo. Joke's on you.
Hit him with it.
Yeah, the baseball bat. Go get him.
It's a particularly flimsy
Could I
bat.
roll?
Yes. You've been given.
Could I roll?
Also,
No, finish.
I was just gonna say, you've all been given the go-ahead. When you guys are ready to move, the army is ready to follow.
Let's get on the way.
Do we
get on.
see a giant red lizard up in the sky?
You do not.
Yes. Okay.
As a matter of fact, the cloud cover is quite low and thick.
Ah, shit.
Lovely.
It's also a
And
little,
by the way,
little,
I'm not-
little bit obscured from by the drizzle. What's that, Mallory?
And by the way, I'm not taking Esmeralda or Schultz with in this.
Gotcha.
Yeah, no,
There's
if you
no
want
way.
them to get eaten and die, then by all means, you know.
It sounds like,
I will.
Esmeralda is kept in the royal stable for the time being. I think Schultz is probably going to be hanging out with the hollow birds.
Yeah, me and Hollow are going to be taking the front, by the way, just in case Dimension Door is needed. We're gonna be there. You know.
For the sake of my own safety, it's not gonna be too much. I'm going to go full Fox mode.
Okay.
That gives me something. I forget. I have it here. Listen.
I believe it makes you harder to hit.
And I like to use.
I believe it makes you harder to hit and gives you better reflex saves.
I can look at it in a second.
Hmm.
So I'm gonna be in my fox shape, and I ask you to DM for this one because this one's a bit tricky. I sent you a thing a while ago. The Arcanist exploit, Shift Caster. I know we talked about this a long time ago.
Yes.
You'd be willing to let me use that to cast spells as a fox.
Absolutely. That is a polymorph.
And I want to ask, can I what was it called? Prepare a spell with this.
Sure.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure I'm in because of how technically it's kind of weird. Yeah, so I want to prepare a spell. Be cast.
Absolutely. So basically, you just want to hold that spell until you need it.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, you can do that.
Worst case, I don't use it. Worst case, I lose an arcane point. Boo hoo! I have 6 of those.
Yeah, Grim, what does the... Oh, yeah, Grim's right. What does the fox say now?
The fox says, "Please, never ask that question again."
Coming right out of the fox's mouth. There you go.
What does the fox say? I'll kill you.
The fox says, power word kill.
Honestly, that's the dream someday. But anyways.
Yes. Yeah. It seems like all of your preparations, unless others need to be done, have been readied, and you are ready to roll out. It is being left at your go ahead. Karya and Holo Holo are taking the front seat. Chaiko is in fox form, which means she's taking up less space as well, which is nice.
I'm also in the front seat because I was gonna say, Karya, remember the plan is if things get hairy, you're getting hit with enlarged person immediately.
Yes, and I also have a backup plan with Holo Holo, just in case. But I need you to hit me first.
Yes, so that's why I'm in the front seat.
Just
I'm essentially just right next to you, except this next to you with my hand on you.
You're basically curled,
you're basically
curled up between Holo Holo and Karya.
Yeah, just hand on his shoulder. If everything goes wrong, press this button.
I would. The moment like we hear like the sound of like wings beating, or if we even fucking see it or hear it, could I cast fly on myself?
Beast shaped.
I mean, could.
Howard,
that would be up to you.
I thought you had to. Wait, I thought the dimension door plan was a thing. I thought, are you gonna?
No, this is because I come with you. I think when I use dimension door, and from what you told me you want to do, I want to have that just in case.
That's not a bad idea. That's understandable. I actually have a question once we get close, because I'd probably be able to see it first. But I want you to set the scene first.
Well, first I'm gonna ask. They're taking the front seat. Mallory with his brand new musket is, for the first time in a while, I think, actually riding in the cart with people.
I hate it. I hate every second of this.
And it smells like very pungent fish.
Now you know how it feels.
Being this close, the cart is quite cramped compared to usual because the back part is loaded with barrels of fish, which smell very enticing, except for that undernote of bitter promise of brain death. There's
I do this.
The middle and front parts of the cart are the only parts still left for seating. The back is pretty much taken up with the barrels, ready to be kicked out at any moment. That leaves Shizuka, Flick, Vark, Theron, and Mallory sitting in the cart proper. Are you all ready?
Let's get it going.
Yes.
I am going to at least attempt to try and reach out to this thing speech-wise for a moment.
Why doesn't this work? Why isn't this working?
All right.
Max Dex bonus.
Now that you mention it, set the scene. The dreary overcast of the morning is oppressive. The air is humid. The raindrops come down annoyingly, pattering across the already soaked, linen-covered roof of the wagon. There's a nervousness in the air. As you ride off, you see the army begin to mobilize out the gates of Lorbany. As they march, many of the armed company, those with muskets, are astride their own horses as they march in a column. The horses are nervous. The soldiers are visibly nervous. And riding a horse at the forefront of these people, joined by several others, some of whom you notice or recognize in passing, is Guillermo. He looks different from the time you met him, the first time you met him. He still has that look of youth about him. It makes him almost look like a boy king. But a lot of that has stripped away. He sits astride his horse on his side. There's a saber. He's cloaked in that heavy black cloak. Atop his head is a circlet denoting his place as king. Resting astride his thighs is a particularly robust-looking rifle, as well as a brace of pistols across his chest. The expression on his face is ironclad, set with determination. And many of the men and women next to him, also on horseback or on foot, bear the same expression, and they look to him for reassurance. Guillermo, for his part, has his eyes set squarely forward. When he sees you all mobilizing and riding past, he gives you a nod. The ground is soft, and only grows softer as the rain continues. The fog and the mist begins to dissipate as what limited sunlight breaks through the cloud cover manages to make it evaporate, but it does nothing for the rain and for the overcast morning. The ground eventually begins to soak through, and what was before wheels turning over dirt turns into hoofbeats and cartwheels squelching through muddy roads. As you begin to, at a decent clip, ride. The bluff that Guillermo indicated is about an hour and a half ride away from the capital. It's situated at a large overlook. You can tell what he meant by the rise that he was talking about, where the road splits into two directions, one leading down to your left and one upwards to the right, where there's a heavy copse of trees, and the rise, the cliff face, the bluff, comes up and does a sharp upward turn, where there's some craggy rocks and enough cover that if you were to approach from below, you would never see anybody standing on top of the cliff. This must be what he's banking on. The dragon invariably will probably see the army. Normally, that much tree cover would give a good amount of people cover from eyesight, even from a bird's eye view. But the sheer amount of people you saw moving and on horseback, he's banking on the dragon probably flying low and not seeing the army. If it really is as determined as it seems to be to just eat and eat and eat, your chances might be good if that's the case. The cart continues down the left side. Ground here is fully sodden. It is drenched. You even see puddles of flooding where the ground is oversaturated and no longer accepts the rainwater. Puddles and little lakes are beginning to form as the rain grows heavier. You ride for another 10, 15 minutes to get some distance from the bluff. Do you lift the lid on the barrels?
Probably, yeah.
If you lift the lid, the pungent smell on the inside of day-old fish, lightly smoked, now enhanced with that alchemical concoction, one of two, practically bursts out of the barrels and fills the interior of the cart. It's overpowering. no doubt that is a smell that's going to reach for a very long distance. As the inside of the barrel is warm with the process of fermentation. As despite the smoking, the fish has, at least in some regard, began to decompose, which creates heat within the barrels, which explains how the inside air just almost billowed out and is now climbing out of the cart and into the air outside. It travel high and far. Nothing happens at first. You sit there, the horses, they nicker and trot from one foot to the other. Even these large, intelligent horses know that something is wrong. They feel it. You can tell it's taking some serious restraint not to rip loose of the bindings and tear off. They hold their ground. And as you sit there within the cart, the smell of fish and poison dominating your noses, the dimness of the morning gray, the sound of rain pattering across the awning overhead, perhaps even getting the pant legs of Hollow and Karya wet as the wind begins to pick up slightly and blow the rain partially into the cart. The wind picks up and actually airs out the cart. A moment of blessed relief. As the majority of the smell and the air kind of gets wafted out the back of the cart. May I have a perception check?
No, yeah, sure.
Would you be
You
able
may.
to roll mine? Because I'm expecting to have to yell as Karya to attempt to
You
speak
can
first.
also just say, I
Uh,
yell, and then not actually yell it.
That's true,
Perception check
but I
from
get
who?
really into character.
I will guidance myself.
Okay?
What I
Oh,
was
fine.
going to say though is, could you roll my perception? I've come upstairs into a quieter room.
I can do that.
That was bad.
Perception check from no one in particular.
Anybody can do it. You're all sitting here in the cart.
Okay.
Damn, our
As
perceptions are not the best today.
Yeah. Everyone who has high perception rolled extremely low. Vark, with the exception.
Looks too busy, like humming a tune to himself to keep his nerves down, to notice any sounds.
Mhm. The sound of raindrops joins your humming as you try to keep your nerves steady. Most of Karya, you get a 16.
Oh, okay. Hey, that's better than I expected.
Kieran gets a 13. A bunch of people got 20s.
Yeah.
Over the sound of the rain and the increasing breeze, it takes a bit. And the first to hear it is Mark, who, in his single-minded concentration, his mind is only on a moment. He shuts out the humming, shuts out the air, shuts out the rain. Outside, the wind, the spattering of mud, and the nickering and whinnying of the horses as they sense something distant. But from high in the clouds, you can hear a roar. And then the soft, sharp snap of repeated wing beats as they draw closer. Bark hears it first. 31. High above the cloud cover. The last gust of air must have pushed the smell high into the clouds. Then the others hear it, as the wing beats become louder. Louder. And everybody hears it. As you can't see it. Those who look out the cart, look up, look around, you can't see it. It's above the clouds. It knows where you are.
Okay. Well then, I don't have to see it to potentially try and shout at it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm still going to keep the cart moving, albeit now that we know that it's close, I'm going to start
Mind you,
kind of...
give me a moment.
yeah.
I will turn you down.
Mhm.
And also, keep in mind, as much as you like to get into character, sometimes when you're loud, your mic just straight up does not pick you up.
I know, it blows out. Don't worry, I'm not actually going to shout that loud.
Specifically, it noise gates you.
Yeah, it does noise gate me. Don't worry, I'm not going to be shouting the entire time.
Honestly, you have a child.
Yeah. Anyways, aside from that, don't worry, I wasn't actually going to shout that loud. It's not nearly as bad as some of the other ones. Bakari will stand, adjusting the cart beforehand to kind of start getting it in a circular motion, so it starts moving so we can turn around and get back to the army. But he'll stand up and...
The horses struggle for a little bit as you pull off the road into the mud, and they have to put force behind it to turn around, and their nerves are making it a little harder to do this in a coordinated fashion, but eventually they pull the wheel back out of the mud and onto the road facing the other direction.
Yeah, and he'll stand up and go, "No skull, fool!" Which would be halt or cease in Draconic tongue. And begin shouting, I am Karia, son of Orthos, and I would ask an audience of you, as he begins riding backwards, because he knows this thing's going to catch up anyways.
The wing beats only get louder and louder and louder. It's another roar, this time far closer and far louder. It carries a weight with it. None of you have heard a dragon's roar before besides Karia, and even Karia, you learned to fear when a dragon was angry enough to properly roar. A dragon roaring is so much more than a lion or wolf's howl or charging bullet. The sound is like the mix between a great angry engine and a ravenous, pissed off big cat. It's like a mix between the angriest man you've ever heard and a jaguar. Sibilant when it begins. And then a wall of sound. Each roar now coming in succession, sounding different, but every single one of them has a weight and a volume to it that no other creature on this planet can achieve. And what communicates in that roar is something primal, something that makes it abundantly clear without even seeing this creature why these things were the apex 1,000 years ago. I think for at least a few people, including the ones in the army, inspires a form of gratitude. These things aren't around much anymore. So, sort of bitter pessimism that they had to be the ones, the last few to have to deal with this. You all would be the unfortunate ones to have to experience this in your lifetime. Dragons may be long past their golden age, But apparently, they have no problem occasionally making themselves other people's problems, even when they should be extinct.
Hey. You're right, though.
And then, without even your bidding, Karya, the horses explode into movement as they pull the cart forward. Like at before the speed they had was a canter, and then they rocket forward. As a moment later, you see it break from the cloud cover. A massive, burnished crimson creature, wings wider than the palace walls, head gnarled and scaled, its teeth glinting in the morning foggy light. Fire billows from between its teeth. Its claws are big enough to scoop up the wagon, pick it up, and throw it. The thing is a living, rust-red, craggy creature, and it's big enough to crush the palace beneath its weight with its sheer size. And then it roars, this time unbuffered, unmuted by the clouds between it and you, and the roar hits you like a wall of force. The horses once more find their second wind as they ride hell for leather, pulling forward. The wheels bounce in the water dented and the potholes in the road as they pull, and with wild abandon you hear the creak of the leather straps that bind them to the wagon. The joint that connects to the harness strains and creaks and begs for mercy that it will not receive anytime soon. The neighing from the horses is just panicked. The wheels feel like they're about to fall off the wagon with the speed that you're pulling at. Even so, the dragon is gaining on you. This thing is flying twice as fast as you're riding.
Oh no, bro.
For mechanical declaration, a wagon allows the creatures pulling it to pull it at twice their normal speed. A mammoth horse rides at 50 feet per turn. When attached to a wagon, allows them to go at a speed of 100 feet. An adult dragon flies at 200 feet per round.
Oh no.
Question. You have 2 horses, right?
Yes.
That means double the horsepower.
Not technically, because the wagon requires 2 horses to pull it.
I know, I mean, I say this out of desperation, more so than, hey.
It's a good thing you got a real head start on this dragon, because the horses and the dragon are both vying to see who comes out ahead, and it's not looking good.
It's not the horses.
It's not the horses. Riding as quickly as you are, you do eventually break around a soft turn past some brush and trees, and you see well ahead of you, but in sight, is the bluff. Now the question to you all is, the fish, do you do anything with it? Or do you just ride hell for leather?
Well, we could get close enough to the ridge and then dump it, and then at the very least, once again, we'll see. That way it's still within range, but it might pull him off our trail.
Maybe.
Unfortunate.
I would say waiting with dumping the fish until at least like the army is in good shooting range, I suppose.
That's kind of what, that's what I was thinking as well. Just hold until we get within their range, and then just give hell and let go.
You want to know my thoughts?
Yes.
Yip yip.
Yeah, that'd be great.
That's what
Can we
the
catch
fox
fly
says.
on both the horses?
That is
Oh
what
no.
the unfortunate repercussions of my own actions. Yip yip.
We're in danger, are we? Anyway.
Oh, imminently.
Not
Yeah,
vehemently.
Yeah, during even following the first roars, Flick's ears have noticeably already folded back. His fur is standing on end.
Hey, say!
His pupils have turned to slits, and he's
Yeah.
kind of like hunkering down, like deep into the cart, and his tail is curled around his legs.
Don't worry, Flick. If we die, we die instantly.
Sirin just looks up at the sky, clasping the holy symbol on her chest, and says, "Gods protect us." Very concerned.
He didn't even seem to pay me any mind, which is not shocking.
I was just keeping the musket trained at the imminent dragon.
Oh my. All right then. As you continue right, and as I understand it, not dumping the fish yet.
Not yet.
As you ride forward, the dragon begins to descend as it comes to a stop at a perfect 45-degree angle behind you. As it maintains its altitude, it's drifting downwards ever so slightly, and those who look out the back half of the cart is obscured by all the barrels. It's hard to actually get a look, but just its proximity raises the temperature in the air by a couple of degrees.
Oh, fun.
If you look back out of the gap or around from the front of the wagon, you get a picture of exactly how big this thing is. As before, it just looked big. Now, you're actually able to gauge the depth. You no longer have the problem of depth perception. Now, it's a few hundred feet behind you, maintaining a perfect 45-degree angle. Its body is wider than the road. Its wings, perhaps 8 times that width. Like, as it rides, the trees that partially obscure you as you're riding along, they look as dense and as far-reaching as the canopy of the tree cover you're riding through. Each wing flap is one massive whoom. And when it gets too close, one of its wing flaps actually elevates the back wheels of the wagon off the ground momentarily with the pure wind pressure. You hear the gnash of its teeth behind, and then as its mouth opens, looking back, its jaw is hinged open like a serpent. The back of its throat convulses. Its chin is cragged, almost as if resembling a particularly sharp-looking beard. Its nose comes up in a hooked spike. Its nostrils flare. Fire begins. You see a spark in the back of its throat as fire begins to roil in its gullet, and then it bakes the earth behind you. The muddy road is immediately dried out, cragging and cracking and turning black and brown. The ground just behind it, the fire barely manages to just not hit the back of your wagon, singeing some of the tarp cover, and the heat is unbearable. The temperature of the air rises immediately. All of you begin to sweat as if you're in a sauna. The humidity before making it all the worse as the temperature rockets upwards. Now the stench of the fish and the poison made all the more awful. And then it abates as the fire ends. The fire breath stops, and there's another roar. This time it feels like it's punched you in the chest. It drives some of your breath out as the dragon pulls away slightly. Most of you would know that it's taking up a break back to recover its breath. And you're almost to the bluff.
Yay. You have a few rounds
How heavy would you say these a canister or like a box of this fish or whatever we're
Barrel.
holding it in? A barrel. How heavy would you of
Barrel.
this single barrel is? Barrel.
Barrel.
How, in terms of rounds, how many rounds would you say we are out from the bluff so they are in range?
I would say about 4. But I'm not going to break that
Okay.
down into rounds exactly.
Obviously, no, I wouldn't either. The reason why is because Kari is probably counting in his head, because he's been burned by Orthos's fire before, and that doesn't feel good. But more than that, he would probably remember that you gotta wait a little bit, and he's like, alright, he's probably mentally counting in his brain as he's riding, like, okay, I've got about 15 seconds. Like,
Mhm.
and with that in mind, he'd probably get to he'd probably be counting and counting and counting, and as they got close enough, at about 6 seconds, he'd turn around and go, "Dump the fish!"
And just as you do that, is right when the dragon comes back down. As it starts to lower itself once more. That image isn't embedding very well.
Yeah.
Wow.
It sure
Wow.
isn't.
It's not working.
It's not even available. Even if I click on the link.
If you just want to send in tavern menu, that you could do that.
That works, yeah.
This
Uh,
content is no
also,
longer available. Uh-oh.
I'm
What do you
gonna
do?
cast communal resist energy on the party.
Very nice.
Oh. That is
That's
very
Lowering
good.
fire damage.
Thank you.
That
Wait, what's
is
the
a-
resistance?
that is a key spell when hunting dragons.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It makes
and
it so that
Siren
any
says-
fire damage you take for the time being, for I think the next 10 minutes per level, is reduced by 10. Reduced by 10.
Yes.
Wait, the value to
And
energy
it's,
resistance increases to 20 points at 7th level.
Oh, hey.
Oh,
yeah,
wait,
yeah.
is it me?
It's a 7th. This is 3rd level. I'm not
No.
capable of casting 7th
7th
level.
caster
No,
level.
you're
7th caster level.
No.
Yeah, you're
Oh, never mind.
There's no upcasting in
Nice.
Pathfinder.
Oh, I thought there was. Okay. Yeah, and Siren
it's even
says,
better.
Siren's like, I love spicy food, but this is a bit much.
Spicy fish. Yes, so now everybody has a 20 damage resistance against fire, which is very
Oh.
useful,
That's
Ooh.
beautiful.
including the
Siren,
bosses.
I love you.
That's genuinely good. Okay.
Yeah,
you do
no,
have to go
that-
around and
that's
touch the
fantastic.
individual creatures you want to do this to.
She's
I
just
will
like
pat everyone on the forehead
just-
like
just-
a blessing.
just running through the cart, slap, 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 reaches forward, slap, slap, slap,
Yeah.
hits all 3.
Another way I've seen this done is like a sort of kumbaya circle where everybody holds hands and conducts it through one another.
Oh, that works too.
That's
You guys are
hippie
kind of
shit,
like
I
you
ain't
guys are just
doing
kind
that.
of bundled up in the cart. It might be hippie shit. You guys are kind of like currently like bundled up, panicked in the cart, so it might not be as easy to get going. But going around like touching everybody's forehead, that works too.
Yeah.
You boop the fox, and suddenly it's less flammable.
Oh, good.
Lovely.
I boop the snoot.
Yes. The dragon is starting to descend once more. Its mouth hinges open, and Karya shouts to dump the fish.
Immediately kick the fish out of the cart, out of the back of the cart.
You take,
Hold.
you bring your leg
Oh,
up,
yes.
and then like a piston, kick the barrel as it rolls off the back. Good boy. Yes. As it topples out the back bay of the wagon, and then one of them falls out, cracks on the muddy road behind you, and the fish spill out, filling the air with even more of that pungent smell. And then another barrel, then another. As you leave this trail of fish, the dragon, which was previously descending, seems confused for a second, and then it wavers in its flight for a moment, slows down slightly, and then begins to descend once more, as the fish spilling out the back basically makes it conflicted for a bit. And let me see what it decides to do.
Also, real quick, are we back up to full HP or
Yes,
no?
you've had time
We
to
got a
rest.
Okay, good.
we got a full long
Yeah,
rest.
yeah, rest.
Okay, good.
Can I make it so
Mm.
that one of the
Good.
carts is shining with daylight because I think dragons like shinies.
Hmm.
Red dragons do like shinies. If you were to cast light on the barrel before you kicked it, I guess that technically works
could
because
work.
of how light is in the system.
It doesn't. I believe light is. Is there a restriction on the size of the creature? Well, whatever the case, I don't think it matters in this
I
case.
I think yeah, I
It's
think it's like a rock.
Yeah, daylight. So you make one of the barrels radiant as you then kick it off. This one doesn't break quite as badly as it rolls across the ground, spilling fish here and there. The dragon lowers down to basically, well, for it would be like belly to the ground. For you, it's still like its torso is still higher than than where like the top of the cart, but it cranes its neck down to snag one of the barrels in its jaw, and then rises up a bit, flings the barrel while it's mid-flight high, lets go, lets it hang there in the air for a moment, and then snaps it and crushes the barrel between its teeth, swallowing the contents.
Nice.
I'm gonna. Can I be watching it just in case something happens, and by that something I mean poison?
By the way, do energy resistances stack?
No.
No, yeah,
No,
no.
they do not.
Not even with the judgment resistance?
No.
In fact, that would probably definitely not stack. Normally, it has to be from a different, like,
It has to be a
different sources.
a different type.
Yeah, different type. There we go.
It has to be a different source and a different type. Unless I am incorrect. Is it? And resist energy 10 against. Yeah, okay. So it's energy resistance. It would not stack. You just take the higher of the two.
Which right now would probably be 20.
Yeah, it's definitely 20.
So the barrel snaps and crushes between the sickening snap of boards and iron between its massive fangs. The fish oil and guts fly everywhere as the new smell of blood joins the melange that quickly disappears as the blood is left behind. And then you're at the bottom of the bluff. High above, you see the cliff face and a glint of something, a momentary light. And then a horn.
Never mind. I was going to say once more time, once we got to the base, Karia would try, and I'd like to try and potentially use intimidation. Not that it's going to work great.
Let me just factor in the size penalty.
Yeah, the size penalty would be a thing, but I have like a plus 23.
Right?
The size penalty?
Yeah, no, there's an actual penalty if you try to intimidate
There is
someone.
Yeah, I
enlarge me
remember.
now. No,
I
I'm kidding.
remember.
Yeah, no, this is when you enlarge me. No, I'm gonna use intimidation, turn on the thing, and actually, would you mind rolling it for me again? I'm not at the computer again.
Could I help with that?
How would you help?
Fiery sparkle.
You could actually cast like a light on me. Fucking
Oh no, I
spotlight.
only get one of those. I only get one.
Well, you only get one
Damn.
daylight, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't have light.
Well, where is Karya? Is he in the
He's
cart?
at the front. Well, he's at the front of the cart, but we've reached the bluff. It has consumed it. There's one last chance Kari can attempt to try and stop this thing before it fucking gets blasted to high hell with guns.
Considering the speed it's going at, you might not even be able to do that.
Yeah, I might not even be able to do that, but at the very least, I have to try. He has to try, rather. What was my intimidation roll?
Yep, he rolled.
Wait. Cyrana's gonna come up behind him and place a hand on his back and say, "You got this," and give him guidance.
Okay. That comes to a 35.
And what I'm gonna do is
You want to assist?
Yeah,
then you roll
just-
your own intimidation, and if it rolls high enough, you add a 2.
Alrighty. 29.
It's very nice. As you come,
Unless it's evil, then it's at 31.
well, it's definitely evil. It's also trying to eat you. You come up alongside Karya, as he sort of like stands up where he has the reins of the horses. I assume like passes it to Hollow or something, in order to face the dragon and shout at it, rather than just shouting over his shoulder through the wagon. Which you could still do if you want, but it's
No, he's looking this thing in the eye as best he can. He's stealing himself.
Trying to throw intimidation over your shoulder while you're running away, kind of.
Yeah, no, it doesn't really work.
Yeah. As you this time, what do you shout this time? As Mallory joins you there, standing alongside you, glaring at the dragon, and his halo fully ablaze at this point.
Yeah, I'm just standing behind you, so it looks like you have Halo. I don't want to get
hiding.
mad at me.
He's your backup.
I don't want the
dancer.
dragon to be. He's my backup dancer. Yeah, Kara will go. Your hunger can be sated, but your life cannot be replaced. Cease.
And then it opens its jaw and it breathes fire at you again. As you begin to reach the bluff, the fire billows out. And it's a good thing you have that fire resistance on, because it's close enough this time.
Ow.
And it's a good thing you prep the cart to be fire resistant as well, because it's going to need this. Unfortunately, all that water is only going to protect it from one case of this, as the fire, even with Siren's magical protection, sears your flesh.
That's familiar.
Cart, the soaked damp cloths on the cart curl as they dry out and then burn to cinders. The tarp barely manages to stay. There's portions of the tarp which burn through, have holes through them, leaving only the bare ribbing of the canopy of the wagon, exposing the inside to the elements. Fire washes over the cart and the interior, clipping the back of the horses. I am going to roll.
It's very funny if it's 20 damage exactly. That's a please.
Oh, don't worry, not 20 damage exactly.
Oh my god.
100 damage exactly. Oh.
Oh no.
Oh no, bro.
Oh, no, bro.
I can't wait for people to find out what I've been laughing at.
Is
Roar.
it the patriotic weapon?
Oh, I know. No, I know.
Yeah.
I have a feeling. I have a feeling I might know.
Yeah, you probably know. I know you know.
Yeah, I'll message you.
Where all things come from. The mirror see. I see it. Duolingo
That-
failed me.
No,
Is that-
no,
is
that's
that-
not what I'm laughing at. That's not what I'm.
The back tier.
Oh,
Oh.
no. Oh no, I'm kidding.
Oh well, whatever. Metal here
Seed
has
of
been
the
happening,
gods.
I've now turned into beer.
You've been doodling all over my map.
Yeah.
Who's been doing this?
That's Sully.
Who do you think?
Can I just steal the Among Us? I just got the Among Us one.
Thank you, Mallory. At this particular moment,
It wasn't Mallory.
oh,
No.
I'm still gonna blame him. I'm still gonna blame him. This moment in particular is exactly what.
Oh, you're in. Oh.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm just like panning across the map.
I would like a glass of vodka. I would like a glass of.
Hmm. Wonderful. Right. So that's.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's like to be funny. You should check your DM real quick.
ADM.
Mhm.
I had to go because did the army start shooting?
Oh, we're
Not yet.
actually dying right now.
Yeah, we got lit on fire.
Yeah,
or
just
rather, they
one-
blasted us with fire.
Tiny round of dragon breath.
You know, tiny.
Just an itty bitty bit of dragon breath.
It's gonna do 35 damage, isn't it?
I'm surprised you're lowballing it like that.
45.
That considering the thing's size, it probably does a fucking lot.
We just took 500 damage, didn't we?
Quite like that, but
Not that
By
much,
the
but it is an adult dragon. Not a young one, not a juvenile one. It's an adult one.
Yeah,
Mhm.
considering the stuff that we're like, considering like how much imminent danger we're in, I know that I would have, or Mallory would have, the hindsight to put the mimic out of the to keep the
oh yeah,
mimic
no, it's
out
been
of
left
this.
behind.
No,
Yeah,
I
because
already,
Nice.
Hmm.
I already
Because
did
I'm
that.
not- yeah, we're okay
Alright.
with burning to a crisp, but I'm not okay with paying hazard pay.
Ever the pragmatist.
Also,
Alright, so give it to a straight duck. How much damage have you taken?
42
Yeah,
points of
much-
damage after resistance.
Each?
After.
how much?
Each.
42, you say?
Oh,
48?
42.
40.
I'm at 2
Uh-huh.
HP left. I'm
So
at.
that's already
at-
with the minus 20.
Yes.
Yes.
To all of
I'm
us?
down.
We
I'm
would
going.
have.
Bye, guys.
If you didn't do that, that would have been a TPK.
Yeah.
Oh,
I am also down.
Oh, I'm in the red.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm at 5
Hmm.
HP.
Damn it.
I'm so happy I did this. I prepared 4 uses of cure moderate wounds. Okay, I'm slapping that on people.
I have minus 10 HP right now.
Ooh.
I have minus
I'm-
3.
Can I
Oh!
slap
Wait.
Can I slap?
Oh,
Okay,
minus
is-
13. Sorry, minus 13.
Oof.
What? I need
It's
you guys'
42.
COD score right now.
Since
Wait,
we're in-
wait. Everybody stop.
Yes.
Okay. I would like to rescind a mistake I've made.
What'd you do?
I was using an online dice roller, and it kept a setting from the last time I used it, like a month ago, that for some reason included more dice than it should have. Very sorry. I'm very sorry for listening to panic like that.
So it's
I think that-
highballing it.
That was
I think
actually
I know what you
highballing.
meant. We talked about that, I think, like a week or so ago. It re-rolled once or twice, I believe.
No, this is a different one.
Ah,
Rather,
okay.
the dice I had been using last time were kind of saved in a spot to the side and got rolled along with the new dice I entered.
Ah.
True Dragon Breath is still fucking brutal. Not to this degree. Not for what I had prepared. Okay. With
Not
the...
this one.
Okay. That, including the fact that the fire retardant nature of the wagon would have also helped shield you guys. Also, the fact that I forgot, Dragon Breath lets you have a reflex save. I am very sorry. Everybody reflex
That
saves.
is
There goes
Oh,
my
is
dude.
actually-
We just instantly received the
that-
dragon.
that is
breath.
actually what I was gonna ask, if we get a reflex save or not.
Okay,
Yes.
reflex.
Also, keep in mind if
save.
any of you have evasion.
Bayir has evasion.
That he does.
Ah, yes, as a cleric,
Bayer's
I have
here.
evasion.
Hmm.
Don't you all? Doesn't everyone?
Wait, what's
Okay,
evasion?
yeah. Everybody
As
bring your
it's
HP
twice.
back up to normal, please.
29.
I would like to use cut from air to just cut the dragon
no.
breath out of the air.
No.
Funny enough, there is an upgraded version called Smash out of the air. I think it's
Oh,
what
wait,
it's
yep.
called.
Oh wait, hang on. Hang on a
Which
minute.
does allow me to parry spell attacks,
Hmm.
which is really cool.
Hang on a minute. And I also have a cloak of resistance. I just remember that. I just looked at my gear.
It doesn't stack.
With what? No, Cloak of Resistance gives you bonus to saves, not to damage resistance.
Oh,
I know.
never mind.
And
Alright,
I know. I was adding that to the. It's the extra to the roll.
Because of the way you prep the card, I'm gonna knock a couple damage dice off the breath.
it's okay, Car. Me and you both can burn in hell.
to be fair, this makes sense. I literally stood up and shouted at the fucking dragon.
Actually, yeah, Lucario wouldn't benefit from the protection from the wagon shit.
Oh, and I'm outside with Lucario too. Oh no.
I thought you called him Lucario for a second.
Yeah.
Like what?
I mean,
Lucario.
okay. Sorry, this is a bit
Lucario.
of a mess. I am recovering and reeling. Okay.
Listen, it's been a minute. It's taken off to rust.
Yeah. It has been like 2
Thank you, Siren, for protection against the TPK, though. But then,
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, if that wasn't
is-
there, I'm pretty sure everyone would have died.
if I had kept with the fucking
Yeah,
with
the
this
original.
previous decision. Also, bot, please get
You're
out of
the
my
crap
chat
out of
that
it.
you are infringing upon Twitch TOS. Get the hell out of here.
Projects 210.
Or was it fucking?
yeah,
Was it
yeah.
like
Yeah.
art attachment or something?
It was like no, it was like best viewers at blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Which is fucking weird because that's not best viewers, that's best or mediocre bots at best. So, right.
Bayir is in the cart and he got a 20. Karia is not.
On the
but
card, he did not get a 20. Okay. For those in the card, I knocked off the damage dice by a couple, and I also lowered the DC for the Dragon Breath. For those outside the cart, you are on your own.
Sorry, why was I front again?
Of the people,
so you could hit me with that.
yes. Here we go. That's 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 8. Who are we missing in this? Who hasn't rolled their reflex save? Mark?
No, Vark rolled his, I believe.
Nope,
Yeah.
I have not. Give me
Oh
just
shit.
one
Oh,
moment.
by year. By
You're
year.
dead.
Bayir got a 20.
I returned. What happened?
Just
Are we dead?
one moment.
Yes.
Uh,
TBK.
yeah,
Oh, no.
all TBK.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a
Of the
new kick.
people, of the people in the cart, Bayir, Mallory, Flick, and Siren succeed.
Okay. Sorry.
Mallory. Okay, so I didn't hear my name. Not Miss.
And Vark. Vark also succeeds. So
It's just a reflex save, guys. It's not hard. I'm kidding.
Vark, Vair, Mallory, Flick, Siren. 5 members. Vair gets to completely ignore the damage since he has evasion, in which he basically ducks into the leg under space of the bench, brings his wing up, and shields himself from the fire. Mallory, Siren, Flick, and Vark take half damage. Everybody else takes full damage. Meaning
Oh, no, bro.
Chaiko, Shizuka, and Holo Holo within the cart take 32 points of damage.
Reduced by 20.
Already,
DR?
already
Already
reduced.
reduced.
Okay,
Already
thanks.
reduced.
Okay.
How much
Like I said,
do
it's still,
wait? How
still
much do we
going to
take?
hurt.
32.
32.
This is
For,
Yes,
those
so
who
half that.
for those who succeeded the save, that is halved. Down
Yeah,
to
that's 17 then. Oh, 16.
Yeah, 32 divided
Oh,
by
right, 16.
32 divided by 2. Yes. Those who succeeded
Okay.
take 16 points of damage.
Oh
Okay.
boy.
I'm bloodied, but I'm not down.
Yeah, I'm also bloody, but I'm
very
also-
low.
Oh god.
I am
Grim-
not bloodied yet.
Okay, Grim, who's that wheel for and who's the boon for?
Please, Grim. Can I have the boon?
I've been
I took-
ouchied,
I
but
took-
I'm okay.
I'll take the wheel.
Yeah.
Jesus, take the wheel. You don't need it, Mark. Which I guess is the joke, but you know.
Well, you know, I'll happily take the wheel if Grim decides. I got blasted,
Whoever's
but I'm
rolling
also
lowest.
I'm not bloodied.
Okay,
I'm at 12 HP right now.
okay.
Well then,
if it's for whoever's
that would
rolling
be
lowest,
me.
that would go to Holo Holo.
what did Holo Holo get? Oh, he got a 9.
Good.
Vark
I was
gets a
also
low.
mistaken. I meant to take one of the bad ones.
Okay,
I
no, he hasn't
I
really
didn't
named
want
any
to take
bad
one of the
ones
good ones. I missed the wheel for woe. Was my bad.
yet. In that case, Holo Holo, you get to roll again with a +1.
Thank you, Grimathy. Oh, fuck me.
Ba-dum-bum-ba-dum-bum. Wow.
12.
Dies.
Holo Holo fucking died.
And this is why gambling never pays off, kids.
That's
Yes.
true.
So, Holo Holo,
Dang it.
you are
Dang it.
still at 11 HP.
Oh, 12, yes. Yeah,
Sorry, 12, yes. Now we do the people outside of the... Actually, no, that wasn't... what am I talking about? Holo Holo. I have not done the damage for the people outside the cart.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, see, now that I
Because you
already
guys-
assumed was.
you
was
guys-
Hi, Karia. It was nice knowing you.
Yeah, both of
We
you
still
are going
have
to
the
take.
20 reduction.
Yeah, you guys are just going to take full damage from this. With I'm going to factor in the -20 when I do this. And I'm gonna. You guys get bumped up a couple damage dice as I'm going to complete this.
I would just like to boast the fact that even failing that reflex save, I'm not bloodied yet.
Yes, yes.
I do have a lot of HP.
I
Sitting at
should
70
start
I'm sitting at
skedaddling
77
soon.
right now.
I have a total HP of 81.
Oh,
For the-
damn, you're higher than me.
For the
By
guys
like 3
outside,
points.
the guys outside, you take
What?
34 points of damage.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, not that bad. 2
Reduced?
more.
Oh, has that already been
No,
reduced?
that's
That's already reduced.
Oh, okay, so I'm down to 10 HP. Okay.
So who else
Not-
could use
not-
a boon? I don't think anybody else can benefit from a boon. Yeah, no, the +1 wouldn't actually help anybody in this regard, unfortunately.
Not even Shaiko with a 17.
No, unfortunately.
Not even Grim
No.
can save us.
Not even Grim can save you now. Local god demands roadside shrine at vital site. Let's see. Oh, shit, that's funny. I gotta. 1 second.
Hey, in about 10 minutes, I'm going to start skedaddling and get
Oh
ready
yeah.
to do my thing.
Once this whole thing has been nice and set up, we're gonna end session.
Alright, cool.
As 1 moment. Where'd it go? There it is. As the As the dragon unleashes its fire upon your wagon, and your skin burns, even with the divine protection, thanks to Siren and her patron. It washes over, it singes your belongings, it roasts the canopy off of the wagon. The wheels creak as they dry, and the water from the inside of the wood immediately evaporates out. The bullet hide does its best to deflect the fire as best it can, but even the leather on the hide is bubbling at the sudden heat increase. Some of the plating cracks and bursts where the sudden exit of water pressure breaks them open like hot river stones at a campfire. And the fire dissipates over. You're all burnt. You're all singed. Some of your hair is probably a few inches shorter and wicked at the end at this point. Clothing is covered in soot. Your skin is hot and red with 1st and 2nd degree burns. The dragon's fire was only spared. You were only spared the wrath of the dragon's fire by virtue of Siren's protection. The horses, their backsides are red and welted, and the fur is singed off. Flick, I don't imagine, is doing much better as his fur looks patchy in places.
Yeah, I'm definitely hurting over here.
The entire cart is smoking as you continue to trundle along the path, mud and dried earth spattering behind you. And then there's a horn in the distance, over the edge of the cliff. The dragon once more rises backwards to regain its breath, and just as it does, and its mouth clamps shut with a... There is a call of... And then the air fills with the rapid crack of guns. To those who would otherwise be unfamiliar with them before, since your adventures, you've heard a few gunshots now, but never in such volume, as it's like a ceaseless thunderstorm, as cannons and rifles and pistols hail down on the dragon. Those looking backwards see the dragon as it starts to rise back slowly. A cannonball catches in its side. 3 others sail past it. Another one collides with its neck. Bullets rip through its wings, leaving gaping, fluttering holes like a mainsail that's been pierced with grape shot. There's chain shot that's fired. One of them goes past, cuts the tip off of its tail. The pure mass of lead and tin that flies out of this thing. The smell of gunpowder can be felt. It can be smelled even here as smoke billows out from the tree cover above. And in a split second, the dragon goes from being seconds away from roasting you all to being driven down into the ground as its wings are pierced. One of them is torn at the joint, threatened to potentially fall off. One cannonball sticks out of its rib cage on its left side, gushing black blood. Its eyes sharpen. There's a panicked, animalistic desperation as its eyes snap up to the cliffside, where it now sees the many dozens, hundreds of barrels, arrows, crossbows, all leveled at it. It is buried in a hail of projectiles.
I would like to point out that the moment, or the second the bullets start flying, Shizuka jumping off the car.
Okay. You are going at you are going at a sizable distance. You hit the ground, you roll, you're covered in mud and soot, and you come to your feet. All right. As Shizuka has jumped off the wagon, the dragon is propelled to the ground with the force of the gunfire and the projectiles that hit it. It tries to keep its altitude, but now that its wings are perforated, it can't keep aloft. As it eventually grounds onto the ground, it hits one of its legs, which has been the most peppered with gunfire, fails under its weight as the joint buckles, and then it manages to, pure sheer force of will, force itself back up onto all fours as it glares balefully at the cliffside. And then you keep?
It's time to enact.
To the rest of you, do you keep riding?
Curse you, Bale.
Here's the thing.
I would
saw
like
what you did there too, Quest.
I would correct one thing, that being when Shizuka jumps off, trying to get hurt past the thunderous noise that is like all the gunshots. She will shout out, "Leave if you want to," and then jump off the cart. She doesn't really care if the party stays or not.
The smoking firestorm on the cliffside dies down as they begin to reload. The dragon, now grounded, is an inopportune angle where only the front line of the armed forces will be able to aim down and fire upon it. Others begin mobilizing to potentially go down around the cliff to get a level shot at it. But the advantage of surprise, as well as a good angle, are lost now. The army will likely not be able to hit it with a volley like that again. Anything past this is going to require remobilization.
Oh boy.
So yeah, it's up to the party. Do they stay, or do you guys do as was recommended and let the army take care of it?
I have one thing. How many feet away would you say we are from the
Crash-landed dragon?
Yeah,
Dragon?
from the fucking dragon. Yeah, from the dragon.
How far would you be? As it was pulling back, you'd be, and also you're riding forward very quickly. You're about 150 feet away.
When a spell says 10 feet per level, does that mean character level, or does that
First caster
level?
level.
Per caster level? So actually, I'm actually within fucking range. You know what? Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna try to maybe attempt to hinder the thing a little bit more.
Oh.
Holo Holo begins chanting in a weird celestial dialect, and from beneath the dragon, I'm gonna cast Black Tentacles.
Hey.
Very smart. I think this is when I'll look at Chico and ask for the thing.
I'm going to say, I'm asking, are you guys stopping?
Well, actually,
Yeah, that's the
about
biggest
that,
thing.
I was gonna say have Siren say specifically in response to that question, turn to the party and go, I go wherever you all go. I will say, if we can perhaps distract it, we could give an opening to the military.
I'm already trying that, and that's when you see the tentacle sprout beneath the dragon.
Yeah.
Looks
Siren,
like
looking around, is at this point is gonna cast is it premonition? Premonition on herself in preparation for combat with everyone, if that is what we are to do.
I guess we're saying for combat. That's what it sounds like.
Here's the thing. I was standing when it hit me. Now that it's crash landed, I presume I can see it.
Yes.
How badly beaten does this thing look?
It looks. It went from one moment being a massive, vicious, impenetrable, indomitable apex predator, and has gone to having its wings clipped. One of its legs are lame. You're pretty sure that it looks like it's weeping blood from one of its eyes. There's a cannonball lodged in its chest. As far as you can tell,
then.
it's looking pretty bad. That opening volley really fucked it up. You see it's trying to suck in a breath for another gout of fire, and then it chokes on its own blood. And then as we're forced to release the breath, and a small choked, blood-wet cloud of fire and smoke billows out of its mouth, barely even reaching a few feet.
Any sign of the poison?
Its health,
Oh, sorry.
Its flight
No,
and
hasn't
its
even
breath
eaten yet.
are hampered. As it stands there, glaring at you and slowly beginning to get its leg back under it, and it begins to claw its way forward. Arya, give me perception.
I can do that.
Actually, shall I roll that for you?
No, I'm here now.
Okay, good.
While he's rolling
22.
Whoa.
Yeah, even though my perception rolls are usually really bad, I've ranked this up a lot.
I doubt it does anything, by the way, but I rolled a 19 for the grapple for the black tentacles.
Unfortunately, that is not going to succeed.
Yeah, I figured.
Arya, what you see when the dragon finally faces you is not recognition, but familiarity. Not from the dragon to you, but you to it. Before, it carried a lot of the hallmarks of typical red dragons from what you've come to recognize. And then you get a good look of its face in profile and from the front. And you recognize him. Maybe it's in passing, maybe he was... This is an older dragon, one of Orthos's brood. Like one of his direct descendants.
Oh,
Oh
I
no.
have a duty and an obligation.
This dragon looks like the spitting image of Orthos, probably when he was younger. Only now looking practically feral. From the look in his eyes, the blood and the foam bubbling and spattering with heat dripping from his jowls. And not a shred of recognition or even intelligence in his eyes.
Something's wrong with that thing. Well, at this point, Kari's gonna turn to Chico and go, press the button. I need that.
Okay, DM, real quick. I know. Can I cast a spell since I prepared an action and transform back, or is it gonna? Do I have to transform later? It's
It would be a
transformation
separate
technically a
standard
standard action. Yeah. Okay. So Draco will painfully walk over and slap Karya's leg, I guess.
If we let
And
this thing
congrats.
go, yes, go on. Thank you.
And
Sorry.
congrats, you have your growth spurt.
Hooray!
Karya is a big boy.
If we
now.
let this thing go now, it'll come back with a vengeance. This is our best opportunity, and I recognize that one. Fire. Today we may become kinslayers.
I'm comfortable with that.
Couldn't agree more.
Hey, Karya,
Yes.
do you want to get in quicker?
Yes.
Doesn't Karya grow
I-
bigger? Yeah, Karya should be growing out of the cart by now. By the way,
He's
Yeah.
large.
I may be I may be absolutely busting your ass right now, but is it time for initiative at this point?
That's what I was going to say.
Well-
Is the cart coming to a stop?
I believe so.
Because it sounds like the
at
driver is
this
hopping
point,
off.
the driver hasn't been driving the cart for a minute now. Mind
Yeah,
you,
he
it's
handed-
Karya.
He also handed the reins over to Hollow Hollow when he
True.
stood up.
True.
But
And then
yeah, no,
he was also,
we're
and Hollow also was right behind you as well.
Okay.
also gonna be real. Those horses probably also got cooked. They're probably unconscious.
Yeah.
No, they're alive.
Oh, good. Okay.
If they had knocked unconscious, I would have let you know. The cart would have crashed.
Fair enough.
I am pulling out everything I can before it's combat.
Don't you have a
Yeah, I
limit
was
to the
gonna
amount of
say-
judgments you can have going at one time?
Proclaim a judgment. What, really?
Yes, you have a limit.
judgment?
You can a judgment. You can only have there's actually class features that make it so that like if you look in your progression track, it shows you when you can have more than one judgment going at a time.
Alright, Inquisitor. I assumed I could have 3.
No, I don't believe so. You can have one going at a time, and then you have things like second and third judgment, which eventually you can use. You can switch them at your will as swift action each round, but you can only have one going at a time right now, I believe.
I'm picking regeneration then. I mean healing.
Hmm.
I don't want to die.
Okay, so you slowly start healing. The wagon comes to a halt. The horses are not happy, but they're a far enough distance from the now much less mobile dragon that they restlessly stop for a while at least. Once all are off the cart, they do eventually start pulling the cart away to a safer distance. Now is when I will.
Wait, before initiative,
Before initiative.
I invoked my feature dodging danger since we're all pitching in as a community and slapping things onto Karya. I slap him with dodging danger and also give that to Vark. Actually, no. Flick. The two.
All right.
Flick's a good idea.
frontliners.
Okay.
We have multiple
Okay,
frontliners, but I can only do 2. I'll do Karya and
What happens if you're all like buffing the party? I'm just chugging potions and start visiting them.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
He's cracked out of his mind and shaking.
Yeah, who doesn't have a enhancement bonus on their weapon?
You guys use weapons?
I think. Well, I know I do. I have Shatter Spike.
I
Don't
don't
you
think I
guys use
have
spells?
anything on my sickle.
You know, I'm coming to the realization that putting fire damage on my katana probably. Oh my god, that's a big fuck up. Putting fire damage on my katana in hindsight, I guess, wasn't the smartest of choices if we were gonna fight a fucking red dragon.
You could possibly.
Whoops.
The worst case scenario, it doesn't do the fire damage doesn't do damage.
Yep. Worst case scenario. But anyway.
It doesn't heal, thankfully.
No, thankfully.
Also, I can also to be fair, I can turn it off. So
yeah. So this is the point where just before we end the session, I would like everybody to roll the initiative.
Oh, lovely.
Will do.
No. Yeah, I'm good.
I Remy,
Mhm.
I thought
Please, please.
that
I can't select my token.
I
Oh
always
God,
roll
that
so
happened
high
again.
for Siren.
Please,
Every time.
Please don't be last. Please don't be last. Please don't be last.
There you go. That
honest
should
to
fix
God,
it.
it'll probably be
That
it'll
should
probably
fix
be me who's going last because I've only got a +2.
Thank the Lord, the curse is broken.
Yeah, there you go. I called it.
Damn. I would be like, I will do it, and then it rolls a 4.
it. There you go.
Fine.
I'm
Ari, it
not
should be
last
fixed.
for once.
Yay.
To ban everyone's initiative. Yeah, that would be expensive.
Ba, 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 ba. I don't get any bonuses in my initiative. I just hope that I roll high, which I don't.
Roll decent.
Oh, I'm right there.
I rolled an
charge.
11. Yeah, that's fair. It's just like my bonus isn't very high,
You
so
might not
that's
have
why
to
I need to
charge.
bank on higher shit.
That's true. I might not have to charge. And honestly, it'd be great if I didn't.
I mean, if you charge, that,
Also-
you did get a bonus from it, but you do lower your
But I
AC.
also get a minus to my AC.
Ah,
Yeah.
he's not gonna hit you, right?
By the way, Ari, does Shizuka already have an enhancement bonus on her weapon?
I literally said that she has a flaming weapon, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, so
Taria,
does that stack with greater magic weapon?
Nope.
Okay, never mind.
What is the thing you're
What I mean to say is my weapon is already magical and has. It doesn't actually have an enhancement bonus per se, actually, because it uses the enhancement bonus for. Actually, no. It is. It
does have an enhancement
No,
bonus.
I was gonna say it does. It does. Never mind.
Okay.
The dragon stares you all down, and despite its haggard state and the injury visited upon it by the many, many, many bullets, you see ripped holes in its left side, the shredded wings, the lame leg. It still stares you all down and lets out one massive roar filled with contempt and anger. And that
Right.
is where we're going to end the session for today.
Okay, before I skedaddle,
Like-
I'm gonna put. Okay, yeah, but I'm writing a thingy. What's it? Reminder.
This has been
Aria
great already,
is-
but where's the dungeon?
Every time I give you
Kill
guys a
me.
dungeon, you guys don't go to it.
That's fair.
Okay,
Oh yeah.
I've given you
here's my
dungeons.
reminders.
You just never
Everyone,
gone in them.
everyone put your
Or I give you
reminders.
dragon and you don't have a choice.
oh no,
If-
we want to fight a dragon. This is D&D.
He
As
If-
you're
Listen,
approaching,
It's every man's fantasy to fight a dragon. It's every man's
Remember,
fantasy.
the true fantasy of every man is to die for a cause greater than himself. It's just it's that male fantasy.
Well, yeah.
So don't worry
Yeah.
about it.
This is what I hate about video games, you know. But yeah, anyway, the if you're so motivated to die for a cause greater than you, I hope you're ready to die.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Not yet.
Well,
This is
shit.
not the cause.
You might be out of luck
Well-
because you're staring down an adult red dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have suppressive fire.
It has fire.
Is it out of curiosity?
Blink.
Out of curiosity, is it huge sized?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh no.
But yes, thank you very much for
Laugh
playing
at-
today, guys. This should potentially wrap up next session.
Oh,
We'll see how
good.
we'll see how
Yeah,
this
it's
goes.
an-
You are fighting an
it's-
adult red dragon. Arguably, it is still one that is heavily injured, is neutered because of the sheer volume of fire that hit it. Its breath weapon and its flight are both impaired, meaning that the greatest dangers that this thing can visit upon you have been limited. But that
Yeah,
doesn't
but
mean
this is the
that
first
does
in
still
the
leave it with
practices.
claw and fang. That those are no
Is it?
nothing to turn your nose up either.
How do its wings look like? Could it fly?
Ride it like a mainsail hip with grape shot.
Cool. So I can just go straight to killing instead of fucking throwing sovereign glue at it. I guess.
Mhm.
I have 5 spells. I have enough energy to go through 5 spells.
Mhm.
Once I go through 5 spells, I have to take an action to turn back to a humanoid shape. I
So-
hope this
Are you
ends in 5
are you a little-
spells or less.
flash
Yeah.
otherwise. So yeah,
Yes, because it actually boosts my AC and dexterity. Fuck off.
so thank you very much for playing. We'll see how this goes next time. How you guys handle a proper dragon for your first time ever.
At first.
And we're gonna go ahead and end and phase out for the time being. Thank you very, very much. Please.
Yeah. No, we're happy to see you back. Yeah, you stuck with us again. This is what you get.
Yeah.
Our fox.
Also, for context, for you, Matt, real quick, in case you're curious, because I know you're not. When I'm a fox, I gain +1 to my AC and a +4 to my dexterity. Fuck off.
Fair enough. I was just curious. I thought it was really funny. You just ride on my shoulder if you want. Yeah, no, don't do that.
I know. I have 15 health.
Yeah, no, I know.
Anyway, good night, everybody. Go ahead and end the stream here. Thanks for
Yeah.
And I'm going to skedaddle because I'm.
As usual, Grim seeing us off in the second. Go ahead and take care of
Thanks,
yourself.
buddy.
Great to have you, actually. It really is.
It's
Yes,
good to be
welcome.
back. into
Yeah,
the
because
fold.
I got 45 minutes to get ready for a birthday party.
Very good. Speaking of, I will potentially see you all
Go.
tomorrow.
Go fly.
Yeah, I will potentially see you all tomorrow.
Yep.
Not Genesis yet, but I
Working on
do
systems
want to. Yeah, I want to make sure now that the system I would say is in a tentative beta. I don't feel like I'm going to be adding anything to this system from here on out. So I want to go over the whole system document. There's an alarm. That's our time to go. All right.
Fly, you fool.
Guys.
The